Okay, we're live.
Okay, good morning, everybody. We're live. It's March 22nd, Sunday, not Saturday. And today we're having the second day of our seminar discussion on Capitalism, a Global History. And so we're discussing the book, Sven Beckert's Capitalism, a Global History, in relation to Black Reconstruction, Du Bois, and the free schools theory more broadly. And so I'm gonna be moderating the discussion today, and I'm gonna introduce sort of why we're doing it, some of the things that we talked about last week, and where we stand today. And so just to start, in free school, we really believe in theory, not as an abstract form of intellectual exercise, but as something that's very necessary to make sense of our complex world. We feel like we need to find a way out of the crisis that we face to struggle for a more human future. And we believe that we face a crisis of knowledge among the people. And to resolve that crisis, we need to know the history and the reality of the modern world that we live in. We want to know what forces have shaped our societies, how and from where new progressive forces can emerge. And so we're holding this seminar at a time of war. There's a war effort by a bankrupt and evil ruling elite. And this war has killed at least 2,000 people so far, including 200 children. And it's expanded regionally, it's affecting the whole world, and we live today under the threat of nuclear war, which shows no signs of stopping, unless actually by the people's hands. And so in this time, we see the left largely consisting of activists who lack a clear theory for the present moment, and academics whose theory doesn't really see or reflect the reality of the people today. And so we think that it is actually a revolutionary task to make sense of these times, to clarify the path and the basis for the struggle for democracy and peace. And so Sven Beckert's book, Capitalism, a Global History, is a very massive attempt to understand the historical development of the system that we see today. Today's seminar, like last week, we will engage with the book and critique it in order to synthesize our own theoretical developments that free school has made over the last years, both as we've been studying Du Bois in depth, but also as the crisis of American society itself has deepened and intensified. And so we are critical, but I think we're not criticizing just to dunk on somebody or feel good about ourselves or to find simple answers, but to actually develop a theoretical basis for the future. And that basis has to be solidly grounded in the truth, the full truth. And so free school, we stand on a lot of theory. I think some of the things that are most important for today is the idea of W.E.B. Du Bois as the originator of a new world movement of thought. This world movement of thought, I think we should define and flesh out further, but it goes beyond political economy and poses a theory of revolutionary democracy as the aspiration of darker humanity. And it does this through a new social science of the human being. We believe that today, world humanity faces 5 interlocking crises, especially in American society. These are deindustrialization, the cost of empire, the crisis of legitimacy of the political elite, the crisis of civilization, and the crisis of knowledge. And these are all interconnected. And then lastly, we have been developing a concept of colored modernity, or an Afro-Asiatic reconstitution of the world. And we are framing this idea of an all-humanity struggle against white supremacy, to transition finally from centuries of an age of Europe to a true age of humanity. And so to begin, I'm going to sort of summarize and refresh on big points from last week, and people can respond to these broadly, and then we can transition to 3 main topics for discussion. And so, in general, Beckert in the book describes very carefully, and I think not dogmatically, the emergence of capitalism as a contingent process. Beckert describes the structuration of capitalism, the process of its organization and formation, and he does this through this mode of connecting, where he describes initial nodes transitioning into islands towards states that get captured, and then a broader process of expansion and penetration into human life across the world. And I think in this, we recognize that Beckert, like his global approach is actually very powerful, and this scientific structuring of how does this process actually unfold is quite compelling, because it describes that capitalism emerges piggybacking off of existing structures, like the European state, but it also invents novel technologies, novel structures, and new processes. And I think that's why many of us were very interested by the earlier portion of the book. However, once the logic of capitalism is established, Beckert then focuses on capitalism itself and its structures, given that his thesis is exactly that capitalism is the singular structure that explains human history. And he sets out to prove that thesis. And so I think that this book is very valuable because it does very much put forward a thesis and evidence to support that thesis. It presents a logic of history and a framework that attempts to explain the modern world. And in doing so, I think it offers a challenge to us, where the goal of our discussion is not just to poke holes in his existing arguments and just say that Du Bois does a better job of explaining the modern world, but it's for us to actually challenge ourselves to concretely explain the modern world through Du Boisian theory and Du Boisian science. And I think given that Beckert first poses that capitalism as a system emerges, I think we ask, why would new social structures that beget their own logic, why would these new structures not emerge throughout the next 500 years of history? And we believe that that is certainly a possibility, and we should be attentive to the possibility of new emerging structures, instead of assuming, as Beckert does, that that's not the case. And so I think that's basically our alternative hypothesis that we're taking up. And that's important because Beckert's logic ultimately becomes very hierarchical. It's very all-determining, and so the system of capitalism that Beckert describes becomes very fixed, and yet at the same time infinitely adaptable, where Beckert tries to say that capitalism explains all phenomenon, and that everything fits under the framework of capitalism. And that's also partially because of his economic level of analysis. And so for us in Free School, we do see a logic of capitalism, we acknowledge that, but we also see a logic of whiteness and white supremacy. And the interplay and the interaction between the logic of capitalism and white supremacy necessitates a more dynamic view of the system and of history. We ask how this system is actually reproduced through individuals, through networks, and through institutions like the state. And what I think is most important is that I think all of that shapes our optimistic view of the future and of the possibilities of revolutionary change. And that view of optimism, I think, can only be seen when we look at the world with the totality and open-endedness that we do. And so today we'll focus on the last 100 to 150 years of history, continuing with our discussion on Reconstruction as a turning point for modernity. We see Black Reconstruction as an in-depth investigation of the consciousness of darker humanity through the concrete universe of the Black proletariat. Their struggle for freedom first, from emancipation from slavery, and then the achievement of democracy through state power. We'll investigate the 20th century and how imperialism is an entanglement of both white supremacy and capitalism that explains the movements of the 20th century better than just capitalism alone. I think we see something in the consciousness and the movements of Afro-America, China, India, Asia, and Africa in the 20th century that has to be explained. And the significance of that can only be grasped by something that goes beyond economics and doesn't just fit under capitalism. And so, in general, I just think that our desire to explain history is not to just look backwards and say, oh, something happened in the past, therefore something can happen in the future, because we don't believe that human beings are just constrained by external laws. We believe that the world is a product of human agency and that the future will be what people make of it. And I think that that's really important to underline when the present moment is so tense and feels very dark for many people. We have to defend this sense of possibility and our sense of optimism about the future as not being just like misplaced delusion or a dogmatic assumption that like it just is optimism, like that it just should be optimism and that progress is inevitable, because we don't believe that. But our optimism actually comes from a scientific assessment of human history, a belief in human agency and capacity, and the possibility that there even is a world revolutionary process that is emerging. And so the last few things that I want to say is that Beckert's epistemology and that which we critique, it doesn't emerge from a vacuum. We see Beckert as influenced by a lot of ideological forces and many intellectual schools of thought. And these are schools of thought that affect many people, like in American society, and many intellectuals. And two things that I want to highlight is that first, the theoretical path to socialism that Marx lays out doesn't actually play out exactly the way that Marx suggests. The class struggle that's led by the industrial proletariat in Europe does not actually flourish and take root. And so if one continues to believe that the ideal, the revolutionary edge of the struggle against capitalism is to be found in Europe, then one does get disappointed. And yeah, if one assumes that the Western industrial proletariat ought to have been the most advanced contingent, then you have a history of a theory that has basically failed to play out. And if that assumed possibility for the future is ultimately disappointed, I think that leads to a kind of pessimism. And especially relevant for the 20th century, I think that Beckert does not fully see the world anti-colonial revolutions. He characterizes the darker humanity as non-industrial nations that ultimately lead to a capitalist state formation. And so the revolutions that he sees, I think he classifies them as bourgeois democratic at best, and that they're led by a capitalist class. And for us, we don't see it that way. We see the world anti-colonial struggle as a very significant achievement because it liberates darker humanity, and in doing so, it centers darker labor, the worker of darker humanity. And so for our worldview, it's very important that we recognize and that we investigate the Russian Revolution, the Chinese Revolution, the Indian freedom struggle alongside the Black freedom movement as central to the 20th century. And this is sort of getting into the later parts of the discussion, but even though Beckert acknowledges the Russian Revolution and the establishment of a socialist bloc that operates outside capitalist markets, Beckert is clearly very influenced by the notion that with the fall of the Soviet Union, socialism ultimately fails, that there is basically no viable alternative to capitalism, and that capitalism conquers everything. And so all of this, I think, makes our discussion of the state important today. On the one hand, the emergence of very undemocratic states in the West, structured along empire, the color line, and white supremacy, and an alternative of democratic states established by darker civilizations, and the attack on democratic states by this white supremacist empire. I think that that's really important to clarify for today. And so last week, I'm going to be really brief because I feel like I've been talking. Last week we discussed the significance of capitalism as a revolutionary force. We discussed the centrality of war and white supremacy to the development of capitalism and our current world order. And we also discussed the centrality of the abolishment of slavery and the defeat of Reconstruction. And so, yeah, I just invite everybody to respond, whether there's something in what I just said right now, or if people had thoughts building on the day one discussion that people have been mulling over for the last week to kick off our conversation today.
I feel like a lot of what I've been thinking about over the past week has been one, just trying to finish the book, which I did, which, yeah, it was a lot. But I feel like more largely, it's not even so much just the threads from last weekend's discussion, but obviously, like you were saying, like the war against Iran, and now the prospect of, let's say, like an energy crisis because of the closing of the Straits of Hormuz. And I bring it up because I feel like part of the question is yeah, like, I know we said this last week, but what are the actual forces that are driving this war? And like, is it right to see it as part of what would be called the crisis of capitalism, for example? And I think that the prospect of basically like price of living and gas prices and all that, like dramatically increasing, not just in the United States, but across the world, does speak to many of the things that Beckert talks about, which is the basic fact that the world is interconnected by capital, by markets, by these dense, what he calls it, these dense links of like commodities and trade and supply chains. But I think, yeah, I don't know. I just feel like the last week has, for me, really set us up to actually dive deep into what is, I think, a lot of the main subject for today, which is the 20th century into the 21st century, and how did the logic of world history change through that process of both the emergence of, especially the United States, as the kind of paramount world power, which Beckert acknowledges, but then also the emergence of these world freedom movements, especially in the middle of the 20th century with the civil rights movement and the world anti-colonial struggles. And I think in many ways it feels like we're living in the world that has been partially created by that period of unfinished revolutions in the 20th century. And yeah, I don't know, that's kind of been like what's been foremost in my mind for the past week.
Yeah, I thought last week really, so last Saturday, our first discussion of this big book by Beckert, The Global History of Capitalism, coming into last week, I was really struggling to keep up with the conversation, to be honest. And actually, it was only last week that made me realize why we were, I don't want to say reading because I didn't really read it completely, but like why we were discussing Beckert, because in a lot of ways, Beckert should be seen by us as people who are looking for an explanation of why is the world the way it is? Why is the country the way it is today? Why are there crises? Why is there tension? Why does it feel so bad? That Beckert should be seen as, in a lot of ways, as contemporaries of us, as direct peers, because he is someone just like us trying to synthesize, but he's coming from his own assumptions. He's trying to synthesize like the way to explain the world we have today, to explain even human relationships to each other, the economy, political relations, even things like war, is through a history of capitalism. And on the other hand, we have a different assumption of what is the actual global, what is the actual science, but also the global forces that have shaped the world we have today. Right. And that was something that I really got from last week, that helped me approach Beckert a lot differently, and also, I mean, less even Beckert, but really just kind of also approach the way I was coming into today. I think actually the thing that I really pay a lot of attention to is, I think the thing that we were revolving a lot around last week was that we can agree to a large extent. Okay, for example, like before even Beckert, for me a big dilemma has always been, how do you piece together the fact that it is true that capitalism as a body of thought and materially as a reality has shaped the world we live in, but at the same time it doesn't explain, for example, the color line. Like it doesn't explain how much of a force whiteness is in this society, to the extent where even if you're an immigrant immigrating to this country, like my family, that there's not an Asian American path, but actually there is a choice between, do you see yourself with whiteness or not? And how would you explain that while also acknowledging the fact that there is such thing as a material reality, economic reality? And I think last week helped me understand. For me, it was a little relieving or helpful that Beckert explains that in a certain this whether you want to call it the period of modern history or whatever, that capitalism did transform human relations, social relations, economic relations, but that there's somewhere in the 19th century in particular, the 1850s, there's a certain period of time which we should define, where there's a pivot point in human history, where it opens up the can of worms or question for us of, is capitalism actually the overwhelming determining force that shapes human lives, or is there something about human beings themselves, how they've matured, how human beings have actually matured because of now you have these interconnected markets, interconnected trading relationships. You have new labor systems, now you have actual laborers. who are part of a global system, how did human beings and their consciousness change where at a certain point they become self-conscious in themselves? Where actually, in fact, there's a moment in history where man and his consciousness is now asserting a force back onto capitalism itself. Like, there's a certain period of time in human history where man becomes conscious of his own potential and capacity and agency to act and shape the world more than capitalism is shaping man, for example. And so anyway, I just feel like, for me, it was cool because like a lot of my own obsession and interest has always started with the anti-colonial struggles. You know, the freedom struggle, the Chinese Revolution, the Indian freedom struggle, Asia and Africa. Like, I really come from that mindset of like really being interested in the Bandung Conference of 1955, being interested in the Black freedom struggle in this country, feeling like instinctively as a person, as a young person, that it spoke to me. But now we're actually having the opportunity to explain what really makes it revolutionary in this grand stage of human history and where human beings are trying to end up. Like, is there actually a contradiction between communism in China versus Martin Luther King Jr. in America? Like, is there a contradiction in the bodies of thought and what they're striving to achieve for man and what they're opposing? And I think that is, like, being able to define that we are living in this transition phase where human beings are saying that we are not being determined by something else, but we are self-determining people. We are self-determining agents of history. Like, that is something I'm really interested in. And I know we'll get into it, but I also think, this is what Jeremiah was saying, I just feel like the big nut that I think is difficult for me to crack, that I think is like the most imperative question is, if Beckert, but actually not even Beckert, but if someone like Lenin was able to explain in his historic time period that imperialism and war makes a lot of sense coming from the logics of capitalism, the need for more territories, the need for more raw resources, to control in your own hands resources in order to like continue a certain production process and stuff like that, and selling and buying and whatever. I don't feel like that fully explains why, for example, the US or Israel needs to go to war with Iran, or why Israel needs to do a genocide in Palestine. I don't feel like it can be explained by just capitalism or oil, or even like why the US feels this need to get involved in Venezuela. Like, I feel like this big nut to crack, or this big question of let's just take the US, why does the US need war? Is a big question for me. Why does war happen? Is it because like, I mean, I know it's much more complex than this, but if you look at it, the US doesn't even get its oil from Iran. It gets 70% of its oil from Canada. And see, but everyone says, oh, the reason why the US needs to go to war in Iran is because of oil. And like, okay, you can make an argument of markets, competitive markets and whatever, but I don't know. So I just think this is the we live in, where like, how would we actually explain war? Because in fact, I think that was the major initiative of the Bandung Conference, was all these newly independent African and Asian countries are basically asking, what would it take, both on a scientific or theoretical level, but also in practice, in terms of political relations with each other, what would it take to not need war, for there not to be war?
You know, if I could say something, you know, last week was very important for me, and I've re-listened to parts of it. And of course, you know, Raju's essay and his explanation is further extension of it. And of course, Nuri's opening up, they were very, very important. And of course, you know, we're working hard here to get control of this vast body of research, this huge text, because it is in some ways unwieldy. And I think the end of the narrative, the last chapter and the epilogue, showed to me that even Beckert doesn't have complete control of the research or of the narrative. And that's not a problem. I respect the immensity of the work that he did. However, as everybody, as Nuri and as you have also said, Emily, it is inadequate. A major research project that is inadequate for this time and for those who wish to be a part of a historic process to revolutionize global human relationships with the underlining of the human. If I could just, revisit some of the areas that we felt last week, and I want to tease some of it out, that these problems of what Beckert is doing. And I don't think we can really manage this text, this body of research, unless we address what I like to call the deep plumbing of the whole thing. Because there's more going on here than just what Beckert writes. The writing is a summary of his thoughts, many of which are not stated openly, and of his research. In other words, he presents the results of his research, but what underlies the research is never discussed. And these are in the areas of logics and epistemologies and assumptions. And I want to start with logic. First of all, the work is overdetermined by a teleological logic. In other words, everything leads ultimately to capitalism as a kind of end of history phenomenon. And the capitalist class as the class that not only broke the back of the previous systems, let us say feudal, medieval, ancient civilizational systems, but is revolutionary because beyond that it takes humanity forward. We question that. But that is teleology. Telos meaning end, logic meaning logic. The logic of ends, and whatever the means are, they are justified by the ends. Let us take an example which is upon us. Nuclear war. Suppose just hypothetically, 1 billion people are wiped out. Beckert could say that 1 billion people being wiped out is served by the ends of the expansion of capitalism. There is no question, I agree with you, Emily, that there is more to the war in Iran or the proposed taking down of the government in Cuba than just economic motives. But they are mode of production motives to eliminate every form of government and economic activity and behavior that does not fit this global capitalist project. So in many ways, Beckert's teleology could justify Trump's war in Iran, or in fact, Israel's use of nuclear weapons in the Middle East. Because the end of the expansion and extension of capitalism overrides the means, however horrible they are, to achieving that. And you are absolutely right. Teleological logics are over-determining logics. I'm going to explain what I mean by that and why we here kind of default to Du Bois and his logics. I'll explain what I'm saying. That the ends are over-determining. There is no contingency, right? But then the ends that are external to the processes themselves eliminate any interrogation of the objective conditions, i.e. what Beckert or teleology would call the means to the end. Okay?
Can you say that again?
Okay. You know, if everything is determined by external ends, the ends are external to the actual objective situation. If that is the case, then there is no logical reason to study the actual situation, which we are committed to studying, and we do all the time here in Philadelphia, be it the study of deindustrialization, be it study of the consciousness of the people, whatever. But for Beckert, those are just instances of the movement towards the end of the establishment of global capitalism. I don't know, does that make sense, Shanta?
So would you say that there are certain internal ends?
This is a question of teleologies. You know, I'm speaking, and I think Beckert has this grand teleology, not, for example, let us say, the teleology of the concrete situation. That's another problem of teleologies. I myself am opposed generally to teleologies at any level of analysis, but Beckert is a grand teleology, you know, that all history moves towards one single end, right? And therefore, the moment, let us say the situation in the United States, which we study, or the situation in Philadelphia, all of that is overdetermined by the end of establishing global capitalism. Even another instance would be nuclear war, which, let us say, Israel launches a nuclear war in Iran, and let us say 2 million Iranians are killed. For Beckert, you know, he would say, I might feel personally bad about it, but the ends justifies whatever means you use to achieve that end. That is a grand teleology. And there are problems with teleologies, period, just as I have stated. And therefore, teleologies do not see an agent of history in the full sense of agency, of consciousness, okay? One is an agent of history in Beckert's construal to the extent that she or he or institutions or nations serve the ultimate objective of global capitalism. Okay? So there is no real agency. Right? Now, and therefore, everything, all processes, let me put it this way, are determined by externalities, external phenomenon, that which is external to the human being. We, of course, find this odious and very unacceptable. But I think we should know that the reason we find it as such is because the human being cannot make a difference. Now, as we move forward, the question of whiteness and the white supremacist social system plays into this. Because although he says the origins of capitalism are not in Europe, but as capitalism reaches its first industrial revolution, its second industrial revolution, it is overdetermined by whiteness and white people. Okay. So I just want to say that about the teleological logic. It is, I think the critiques of teleology are abundant, you know, and Shantu, you are right that logics of telos or teleological logics can be applied at the grand level, at the mid-level, even a micro level. I think, however, they're less odious at this mid or micro level, but at every level, teleologies are flawed, I think, for the very reason that it does not permit of agents of history. In Beckert's teleology, the capitalist system is resilient and permanent because it remains revolutionary. Excuse me. This is a difficult thesis to embrace.
Yeah.
It is revolutionary, okay, wipes out in wars. The war to eliminate the Korean people, we can't forget that. The war to eliminate the genocidal war in Vietnam, the transatlantic slave trade. You see, you say this is revolutionary. Well, it's revolutionary because it fulfills an objective end. That's what he's saying. And the only revolutionary class in modern history is the capitalist class. He says it, and he says it over and over again. And I know in reading the text, I was often, you know, angered by and just threw the book down. You know, the heck with this guy. How could he say something like that? The only, over the last 500 years, the only revolutionary class is the capitalist class, which his language, he calls a revolutionary vanguard. To which I said, give me a break, dog. But it fits into a teleology. Now, there are two, into this grand teleology, there are two other logics that we have. In free school, I don't think we deal with teleologies at all. I mean, it just is not a part of our epistemology, which I'll get to. There are two other logics, and that is dialectic, well, three others. Syllogistic logics, which are mainly logics of clarification of statements, Aristotle. But then there is dialectical logic, which is logics of conflict and transformation, okay? which we normally associate with Hegel. But it is logics of process, of change, of conflict, of competing or conflicting sides in every situation. Okay? We would find that more acceptable than this grand teleology. But even at that level, it is not sufficient. And hence there is another logic that we have proposed, and that is trialectical logics, which again is more organic to situations, objective situation. Take the United States and the emergence of a white supremacist social system. Well, to propose a dialectical logic as the logic of revolutionary and social transformation in the United States would be like living in another universe, because that logic would deny the color line, the racial division throughout society, including in the working class itself. And so it is Du Bois that proposes a historic logic which is neither teleological or dialectical in the more, or dialectical, I'll just put it that way. He proposes what is a trialectic, which is based upon a really scientific study of American society, the color line, and so on. Okay? Now, I know I'm taking a little too much time, but I would just throw those out there. But again, our default, logically, transgresses the logic that Beckert feels is like normal. Why should there be any question about that? That's what is, to me, a little bit unsettling. That he sees this this is normal. And it's not normal. There are other alternatives. Okay? Also, the logical fallacies. And we spoke about these, the fallacy of overgeneralization. A teleology will always be guilty of overgeneralizing. Again, because it is the ends that you are concerned about and what you wish to prove in your research, that all of these instances are but means towards an end. Does that make sense? And therefore, one necessarily must overgeneralize. If everything is the same and everything is logically a means to an end, then you have not studied deeply enough the specific instances that you're talking about. Hence, the problem of overgeneralization. This becomes completely abundant in the second part of the book. The end of chattel slavery, the rise, what I'll just say it now, the rise of a world white supremacist social system, which I won't say trumps, but then transcends the economic system and hence economic man analysis. I.e., when you say economic man, you're talking about human beings that act rationally. Or when they say rational in the Anglo-Saxon manner, they mean in their best self-interest. But he overgeneralizes. He cannot understand the emergence of this new social system and how the new social system then must be considered determining of economic, political, and other relationships. If it is a global system, and I agree with you, Emily, it is not only or mainly economic motives that are advancing history. Could I give an example of this, if you don't mind? I'm listening to John Mearsheimer. He's all over, you know, social media, all over YouTube. A highly respected realist in international relationships. Highly respected, as he should be. So he and a guy named Walsh came out with a book on the, I think they call it the Israeli lobby. And he showed how powerful it is, how it is determinative of U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East and so on. Okay. But he is a realist. In other words, he studies global international relationships with the assumption that nations act in their best interest. So if you want to predict Chinese-US relations going forward, you would say, well, how does China define its interest? How does the United States define its interest? The assumption being that in each case, it is a rational choice, okay? Realism. He said, the grand exception to this realism is Israel. The United States supports a nation, I'm using his language, because I feel this is more than nation to nation, of course, supports a nation whose policies do not support U.S. interests. If U.S. interest is in confronting China, that's his language, not mine, then why would it be diverted to support Israel, especially in this war against Iran? Okay? Well, that is if you abstract from all of this the question of whiteness and white supremacy. The interests of Israel, are motivated by white supremacy. You read whatever Israeli leaders say and so on. They have a right to expel Arabs, Palestinians, from whatever land they hold, and to bring down every nation that is not, quote, white. The motives are not, quote, rational in the sense that Mearsheimer and those would assume, but they are white supremacists, suggesting, therefore, if this is the case with Israel, which I agree it is, then is this not an instance of a global white supremacy system that emerges out of the end of chattel slavery and the emergence of white supremacist social system in the United States? So I would say that this fallacy of overgeneralization is seen in more instances, Israel of course, but in more instances than Beckert is prepared to acknowledge. Okay, the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. You know, in spite of this, all of this body of research and instances and so on and so forth, I think we can see very clearly that Beckert has not fully understood the concrete realities on the ground. For example, at the end he talks about the proof of the resilience of capitalism is Cambodia. You know, a nation destroyed in a genocidal civil war, and which had very few options but to sell almost 60% of its land to foreign capitalists. Is this the resilience of capitalism or the return of direct colonialism or a form of neo-colonialism? You know? So I think we have more instances than just that of the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. Okay, let me go quickly. Epistemic problems, epistemology problems, you know, and these are questions these are deeper philosophical questions about how the assumptions that one adopts in order to discover knowledge about a situation. For example, the writing of American history up to and beyond Du Bois's Black Reconstruction assumes that Black people are not fully human. That is an epistemological choice. It's not just, you know, oh, I don't like Black people, but if that overdetermines what one knows about humanity and about American society, if Black people are not human, then do Black people have a right to vote, a right to civil rights, or whatever? So the writing of American history, and in a large measure, the 250th anniversary of the nation, especially from the Trump administration, will be based upon the assumption of white supremacy. That is epistemological. I would argue that Beckert's blindness to what was new, especially after the end of chattel slavery and the emergence of empire in a new way, condemns him to a kind of white supremacist set of assumptions. If the ruling class, the capitalist class, is the revolutionary vanguard, where is the capitalist class most developed? In Europe and America. Okay, you could say, well, Modi in India and the capitalists in India are instances of the resilience of capitalism. I would say not hardly. This is not a resilience of capitalism. This is the subordination of a part of the Indian population to white supremacist assumptions about themselves, interestingly, but certainly about Arabs and Palestinians. And I would even suggest about Black folk. Hence, we have an epistemic problem where Beckert, I would argue, defaults to whiteness and hence to a blindness to the white supremacist social system. I think I've made an argument, I've tried to, without going into it right now, an argument for Du Bois. If white supremacy and whiteness overdetermine human consciousness, then what does that say about the state? Which, you know, even in the second part, in the 20th century and 21st century, Beckert argues the state is pivotal to the resilience of capitalism. But what is the racial class essence of the state? Take the American state. It has been, and especially since the end of slavery and so, a white supremacist state. We could make a difference between that, the American state, and the Chinese civilization state. And we should. So just this, you know, reckless and broad talking about the state. Hold it, hometown, every state ain't the same. The American state is a white supremacist state, in essence and in practice. the Chinese state is not. You could go around trying to look under every nook and cranny in China to find an instance where the Chinese behave based upon assumptions that are the same as the ones in the United States. So if you say the state is central to the resilience of capitalism, and the state contains within it the vanguard, the capitalist class, the revolutionary vanguard, then what if, for the sake of argument, that, quote, revolutionary vanguard that controls the state is white supremacist? Yeah. What is the trajectory? Or, in the case of China, I like to use also North Korea, you know, they are not. Or Cuba, they are not. Are we to assume that the outcomes of, since you say the state is central, I would agree with that, by the way, the outcomes from a white supremacist state will be the same as is the case in a state that has no history of white supremacy? So, again, you know, we are left with Beckert's fallacy of overgeneralization when it comes to the state. I'll stop there.
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
I know the others want to talk, but on your point about teleology,
Yeah.
I feel like Beckert, because he tries so often to say that he's not doing teleology.
Does he say that actually?
He says that, he keeps insisting that the history that he's describing is contingent.
Is what?
Contingent. I don't want to get into that, but
No,
I want to talk about...
Let me just, no, I want to, because I want to know, did he say it like, because I don't remember him.
He does say it, yeah.
He says in the introduction
Oh,
and
yeah.
in the epilogue, like when he's basically framing, he's trying to say this is my position. And he does say like, I want to believe that there's possibility. And I hope to show that because capitalism was not a natural phenomenon that was inevitable, therefore in the future it should not be. But I think that that tension is significant because despite on a conscious level, him at least wanting to say that the future is open-ended, what does it say that when you actually read the book, it does not feel so?
No, it doesn't say.
In practice, it's...
And I don't even believe he says that he is not doing teleology, but we can look it up. I don't remember.
He doesn't say the teleology, but I feel like periodically he insists.
So I'm sorry, it's hard to see you talk, I apologize. No, he also is agitating against Marxist teleology.
Yes.
That, Marxists, they've always, so he sees himself as correcting that, you're always predicting the end of capitalism, but it never happened. I'm going to do the actual scholarly objective thing and see how things really are. Just wanted to add that.
Yeah, well, I guess I wanted to ask because what I feel Beckert would self-narrativize about himself, which is not necessarily the actual working of his logic, but what he would self-narrativize is that he's starting with what he thinks is the current reality of the world, which he says is capitalism having penetrated to the ends of the earth. And so what he would say about the project that he's doing, at least as far as I understand it, is that he's trying to explain how that happened. But I think what you're raising is that we don't actually agree on even, not just the process of history, but we also fundamentally have a difference in what we think the world is composed of today, which then shapes what he's looking at and what we are also looking at. Because if his fundamental starting point is the modern world, which is a world which is dominated, in his words, by capital, then he's trying to, because I feel like he as an academic, he tries to avoid like moralizing or like explicitly doing the moral justification of XYZ, but I think I'm raising it because I'm trying to work out like what I'm actually feeling, which is that if he's starting off from this place of capitalism is the dominant force in the world today, I'm trying to just explain how that happened without even giving
only revolutionary force now and for the future.
But I even feel like he makes that argument because he's trying to explain how is it that capitalism survived. When, like Magna was saying, for so much of capitalism's history, people have been predicting its downfall and its end.
That's why I think that he is actually influenced by the fall of the Soviet Union and basically like the failure of Marxism to actually predict the future, because the future did not play out. Like the 20th century and the 21st century was not like the massive success of Marxism, Leninism around the world. And I feel like subconsciously, I think he is responding. And I think that relates to your thing of like the end of history, where ultimately he thinks, and it's true, like the prevailing like economic system, one would say is more capitalist than socialist, but it depends on, is it capitalism and white supremacy? And is it like socialism and darker humanity, or is it just capitalism?
Right, because he would say that the story, what we would call the story of like modernity, for example, is essentially the story of capitalism.
That's what he would say.
We would obviously see that differently, in part because we think that the modern world as it is constituted today is not just overdetermined by capitalism, but it's overdetermined, like you said, by white supremacy. But I feel like because his initial starting premise of like, I assert, he believes truly that capitalism is the defining force in the world today, then like he's marshaling all of this evidence and also trying to identify specific evidence that, like you're saying, supports the claim of how we got here. But I guess I just want to clarify for myself of like, part of it is that he has misjudged even the nature of the world that we live in, that we all live in together.
His hypothesis is that the world is driven by capitalism.
Yes.
Like that is his hypothesis. Capitalism explains the world that we live in today.
Right.
We would say no, capitalism alone does not. The struggle for democracy, the struggle for peace also defines the world today. The struggle against white supremacy does. And I think that because his hypothesis is capitalism, he sets out to prove it. He doesn't set out to disprove his hypothesis.
Right.
No, I completely agree. I just wanted to sort of ask a question and add something.
Speak up a little bit.
So, the way you describe the grand teleology is like really, really helpful and helps me better understand what that, that word, with that concept. But I'm curious if, it's getting pretty clear that, we pretty much reject like his grand teleology. But does that mean that we can't, does that mean that we can't necessarily use his evidence, right? Use his evidence or his means for our own purposes, right? So that's a big question for me. And I wanted to just point to a piece of, piece of evidence.
What page?
Page 558. Because I feel like this is sort of in the 1830 to 1870, so talking about the pivot point of the 1850s, like Emily was talking about. I can read this bit. It's the paragraph starts with "just as rebellions," but in the middle of the paragraph it says, "The competition between European and rival elites and capital owners and their workers brought new prominence to an ever more racialized view of the world. In fact, the notion of racial difference offered a welcome way for capital owners to reconcile their contradictory belief in universal values and universal rights on the one hand, and the establishment of new kinds of hierarchies and inequalities, both domestically and globally, on the other." And then skipping to the end. Racism, though it directly contradicted central tenets of the liberal worldview, became constitutive of that liberal order. And so that feels like, to me, like, exactly what we're saying as far as what was happening in the 1850s with racism, with white supremacy, with this new, white supremacist social system rising up from the fall of the old regime or whatever, like the fall of slavery. And so I'm just curious if we find this to be kind of evidence of our theory, and it's I guess what I'm trying to say is sharpening our analysis of what was happening in the 1850s and what Du Bois clearly is the leader of here, sharpening our analysis of the ways that capitalism did kind of this new regime of capitalism came about from the falling of the old regime. and how racism became constitutive of the liberal state, which was connected to capitalism, right? So I don't know, I'm curious what y'all think about this sort of using bits of his, like, what did you say last week, Doc? Like his $5 million worth of evidence here, right? Like, how do we is it productive to like use some of that evidence to support our own theories of change, right?
I mean, I think so, which is why I think we're discussing the book, because there is like so much evidence and a lot of research from around the world. And I think that he does pull together a lot of existing like work by other academics and then also just around the world. And I think one of the things that Raju had said, which I think is true, is that in the rebellions chapter, when he's talking about, he's listing all of these different rebellions, and then he's basically proposing that they are linked somehow. I think that it's worth us like picking that up and thinking about it. Also because like Du Bois also has a list of like all of the different conflicts in color and democracy that were caused by colonialism. But I don't know if anybody has actually done the extensive work of tracing like all of those different rebellions, what they were motivated by, how darker humanity's consciousness was like being shaped. But I think that a lot of the big things is like, okay, how do we actually evaluate the evidence or the history that the book does offer, but not accept all of it just wholesale in the framework that it comes packaged in.
Yeah, absolutely. And just building on that, it's like, you know, he uses the term capitalist civilization a lot, right? With his whole thesis, right? Building this idea of, that capitalism was the overdetermining thing, you know, force. But yeah, I'm curious, like how, how do we obviously use Du Bois and others to sharpen the analysis of the white supremacist social system coming up alongside the capitalists, the white civilization coming up alongside the capitalist civilization. And so it's like, and that's with the trialectic, right? And so I guess,
Can I respond?
Yeah.
I think this comes back also to the method of investigation that Doc had spoken about last week and then also touched upon this week. And part of it is the influence of the French systems analysis thinkers that you had spoken to, which is part of this teleology, is that Beckert doesn't really, he goes into some detail, but he never, it's usually broad systems approach to capitalism rather than actually really going through or the study of a specific instance. And even when he goes through specific instances, it's to justify his broad claim. So for example, I think this is in chapter 16, and some of us had discussed this, which is that in chapter 16, he talks about the deindustrialization of Detroit. And he, in some ways, there's some overlaps to how we've talked about deindustrialization, which is that it has left Detroit and places like Philly a carcass of what it was. But he has not gone through, well, the way that he talks about Detroit is that it was inevitable as part of this global capitalist development, which is different from what we would say is that it was an intentional attack on the people. But his argument essentially is that Detroit was hollowed out. That was a very sad thing, but it opened up new frontiers of capital in Asia, in the global south. All to say that essentially global capitalism still persisted. And so overall, the end is that it was a good thing. And it's very different from I think what Beckert does is that he does offer examples, but he never really explores the contradictions. And you had spoken to this last week, was that in systems analysis, it's not dialectical. You don't actually explore what the actual situation is, what the contradictions of that system are. And correct me if that's an inaccurate representation. And
that's a correct thing.
And I think what the value of the book is that it sheds some light in terms of what are possible examples of contradictions that are valuable to further investigate, such as Detroit. And then actually one that I don't know if is worth preschool studying, but really stood out to me is his comparison of Barbados, the development of Barbados and Taiwan. And I mentioned this to Albert and Michelle last time. But that stood out as very interesting and also spoke to the importance of the study of the state, because it was important that what we know from Beckert of Barbados is that the place was completely destroyed. There was resistance to capitalism or the merchants coming to develop the sugar crop, a monocrop for Barbados. But essentially the people who lived in Barbados were completely wiped out. Slaves were brought in, all to develop sugar. But that was very different, and it was a weakened state that could not resist essentially the foreign capitalists. But the development of Taiwan is very different, which is that there were efforts by Europe to, I think it was specifically the Dutch, to turn Taiwan, similar to Barbados, had the conditions to develop sugar, but it did not become a monocrop until the Japanese had colonized it. But because at the time there was a state in place that did not allow for the development of capitalism the way, or I think Beckert would describe it as a plantation capitalism, or the emergence of a plantation capitalism in Taiwan the way it did in Barbados. But I guess I say that as an example because he doesn't really, like he says there are these two examples, but his conclusion is that capitalism is all-encompassing. But then he shows this contradiction, and I think the question ends up being, so why is it so different? Why is
his term is connected diversity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then I think what the method of Frisco, and also even the method of Du Bois, is that the contradictions say something, or the contradictions and then also the means actually say something about the development of whether it's capitalism, whether it's capitalism or the development of civilizations as well. And that, I think that's the value, well, I think the value is the understanding of the logics that you had spoken to, how he sees the development of this global interconnected system. And then I think the other part that has been valuable for myself is just you read through it and you're saying, wait, you're bringing up certain things, but you're not really investigating them, such as that example that I laid forward. And I think we're going to get into it in the latter part of this conversation, which is what is Du Bois's method and how is that different? Because Du Bois, while he does have categories of investigation and also assumptions, he's clear about those assumptions. He's saying, for example, when he starts Black Reconstruction, you know, I might get certain things wrong, and this is for others also to bring forward, and we can investigate. But the assumption that I start out with is that Black people are human beings, because all of the stories that have been told about Reconstruction assume that Black people are not human beings and not capable of governance. And I think specifically in the chapter of the Black proletariat in South Carolina, the footnote that he has on the first page is really interesting. He's saying the study of South Carolina during the period of Reconstruction is a inductive way, meaning from the specific to a general theory, is an inductive way of the Marxian theory of the state, meaning what happened in South Carolina in the period of Reconstruction says something about the possibilities of the American state, or prior to that, says something about the possibility of the governance of masses of people and also the development of the American state. And I guess that is sort of my response to you, Emily, which is that I think he has such a body of work, but he never fully really investigates what are the critical junctures, what are the critical aspects that can determine the future, or the critical junctures or critical pieces as human beings that are involved in these processes, and who are the agents for the future. And I think that's also really important tied to the earlier part, because I think a lot of the conversations, such as a John Mearsheimer or geopolitical analysts, I think as far as they can get is this great powers analysis, meaning, and I don't know if it's too far to say that these great powers analysis are have a white supremacist assumption, because the assumption is that great powers are antagonistic to one another.
Yeah, all states behave the same.
Say it again.
That all large states behave the same.
Yeah, and behave the same in that they see each other as antagonistic, and there is not a world community, for example, or a world house that we talk about in Free School and with King, and because I think it's important in our understanding of what Beckert is saying, because Beckert is not so different from this world powers thinking. I think that needs to be fleshed out, but essentially the assumptions of how human beings relate to one another, and therefore, I think the way you put it was global human relations. Global human relations, so relations between people are economic one, and then also white supremacists, meaning they're antagonistic. There is not a possibility for relations between people and also their states to actually live in a world house. But,
Could we just let Magna has her hand, and then John?
Yeah, can people keep their remarks
did
relatively
you have-
succinct? Because we should transition soonish, but people can speak.
Okay.
But we have other things to also talk about.
Oh, so Magna didn't. Go ahead, John, and then Eddie.
I just want to, I read large portions of the book, but I just wanted to say the notion you meant of the globalized white supremacist state, it comes from the notion of the Trilateral Commission, which was proposed by Epstein when he was asked about the Illuminati in America. He was told that the Illuminati in America was the Trilateral Commission. It was proposed by Steve Bannon, who advised Trump that the world is divided up into the Americas, the Europeans, and the Asians, and that this commission is composed of people in business and some politicians, but mostly business people, because politicians are elected every 4 to 8 years, but they needed a commission of thought, of people who would put forth an agenda that would go beyond the reign of like any particular politician. So there is this consensus of like this global group where they're pushing a white supremacist motive. The profit motive in capitalism is influenced by an author, like the person's name is Ayn Rand. She wrote a book called Atlas Shrugged. A lot of the neoconservatives point to this book that we have to have capitalism because the profit motive, that tends to encourage competition. Everyone is not going to be the same in terms of their ideas or the execution of their ideas. Some ideas are better than others. But if we just have a communist framework, everybody's the same, then that's going to cause like a sense of complacency where people are not going to strive to do better. So, I mean, this is why we have like this capitalist system that tends to be globalized. I believe what's happening with Iran is that Israel is a proxy state of America in the Middle East. And the prime minister has gotten the ear of Trump, and they have told Trump that he is like a king-like figure to the Jewish people. They believe he's a non-Jewish king, and a lot of the rabbis go back into the history of Israel, and they say he's like a King Cyrus to them, where they have actually named him as like a Messiah that has come to help to deliver the state of Israel. Well, and a lot of the mafia organizations in Russia, they hold passports that are Israeli. They have Israeli passports. A lot of the ecstasy pills that are coming into America, they're coming through agents of the Israeli mafia, is bringing a lot of drug activity to America. So it's not just the fact that Israel has interests here, they're also involved in a lot of underground crime activity as well. And because they have this notion that they are smarter than most people, it's like a sense of a Jewish kind of supremacy. Everybody outside of that is the goyim, meaning that they're outside of their understanding of what things should be. So Trump has bought into this, and I believe he's seizing this because he's influenced by what they're telling him. And so a lot of it may be like they have an undue influence on him, you know. But like I said, I read a lot of the book, but I think that the notion of white supremacy in this country is based upon the fact that white men you had to be property owners in order to vote, and you also had to be a person who was of a certain class. So in America, the black person was always seen as not being within the class that had property, that had personal property. So if you have no personal property, you can't vote, so therefore you can't be a real citizen. So the whole argument, they were outside of the argument to begin with. Like I understand with your logic thing, where you have a thesis and you have an antithesis and then you have a resolution, but the black person is not in like the thesis to begin with.
That's right.
Because of the fact that they're not, because of the fact that they're not a citizen, and so they were never considered to be a part of the whole solution. So if a solution is going to be made, it's going to be made between the different classes of white people, meaning that you have a poor class, you have a middle class, and a rich class, and then they're going to resolve it among themselves, and the black person is going to be excluded from that, you know, argument like altogether.
Go ahead, Eddie.
I have a little bit of a longer point, so I'll let you move on to the next portion.
Okay, does it fit under Reconstruction, or is it?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm gonna transition, because I think, John, what you're saying is a great way to sort of transition and then talk more specifically about what was actually happening in that period of Reconstruction and the defeat of Reconstruction. And so today, there are three main points that we want to cover. First is the defeat of Reconstruction and the rise of a world system of imperialism, which is basically white supremacy and capitalism. Then the initiation of a new world movement of thought, which is Du Bois, the Black Freedom Movement, and the world anti-colonial struggles. And then I think ultimately we also want to talk about how the state has changed, like how the American state has changed today and the ruling elite today. And so this question of white civilization versus world humanity. And so, okay, I'll try to go fast, but I think like we talked about, the black worker is not just an instrument for the building of capitalism, and they're also not just a group of workers like other workers. But like Alice was saying, a study of the black worker during Reconstruction provides an example that emanates out to the general. And John, I think what you were saying, there's a struggle during the period of Reconstruction over what the future of America actually can be. And the planters, which are the initial sort of white supremacist class, they look backwards and they seek to re-enslave black folk. And in contrast to that, black folk actually look forward. And Du Bois writes in Black Reconstruction that there is a clear and definite program for the freedom and uplift of the Negro, and for the extension of the realization of democracy, where there's the possibility that democracy is not just based on property or being assumed that you're a white citizen, but actually full democracy for all people. And I think the Freedmen's Bureau is a really important example of how the black worker looks forward, builds institutions, and expands the definition of democracy, where it's not just the right to own property or the right to grow rich, but actually this attempt of social uplift. And Du Bois says that there were basically 12 labors that the Freedmen's Bureau took on, which is to relieve hunger and poverty, to build a government, to fully employ laborers at regular wage, to open schools, to furnish land, to protect health, and to administer justice. And I think all of this is a broad expansion of what democracy and governance can actually mean. And Du Bois says that the Bureau did an extraordinary piece of work, but it was a small and imperfect part of what it could have done. And yet, at the same time, the capitalists are also looking forward, but in a different way. And briefly, there's sort of this alliance between abolition democracy and then northern industry. But it's temporary, and ultimately, as we know, the capitalists ultimately defeat Reconstruction. And Du Bois says that the new industry had a vision not of work, but of wealth, not of planned accomplishment, but of power. And he describes it as the most conscienceless, unmoral system of industry which the world has experienced. It went with ruthless indifference towards waste, death, ugliness, and disaster, and yet reared the most stupendous machine for the efficient organization of work which the world has ever seen. And I think that this is a description of, in some ways, the imperialist system, where it's the American assumption that any worker in America can become a capitalist, as opposed to being a worker and governing. And like we talked about last week, Du Bois says that this ended in tragedy, where the slave went free, stood for a brief moment in the sun, but then moved back towards slavery. And white labor is betrayed into wars for profit, and democracy dies, save in the hearts of black folk. And ultimately, the defeat of Reconstruction and the attack on the black worker frustrates and cripples the entire democratic process in the nation. And I just wanted to outline a little bit of what the imperialism actually was that Du Bois describes, because we were discussing the connection between the black proletariat in America to the degradation of darker labor all around the world. And Du Bois says that this economic imperialism was not democratically controlled, and it did not involve individual freedom. He says the darker peoples were serfs without land control, and even in white nations, democracy was limited to certain political areas. And that ultimately the colonial system that expands in Europe and by the white nations is part of a broader battle between capital and labor in the modern economy. And Du Bois then says that this is an attack against democracy. Democracy cannot be reconciled with any philosophy that 50 million white folk of the British Empire can make the destiny of 450 million yellow, brown, and black people solely a matter of their own internal decision. And that therefore, none of the developed white nations fighting for democracy today can be considered democratic. And so then he says that ultimately, the solution or the rebuilding of democracy will have to go back to the principles of Reconstruction. Land, light, and leading, and a dictatorship of the black proletariat. And so I think that if people had other things to talk about with imperialism or the development of the state during this period, like Emily, what you were saying, like chapters 11 through 13 in the book, but I think we should investigate what kind of new state the defeat of Reconstruction gave rise to, how it is a white supremacist state in its organization, in its source of power, in its relationship to the people, and broadly the question of how do these Western white states change from the late 18th century towards the 20th century in the Age of Empire. And does that get us closer, if not all the way, to explaining what is happening in the world today? Because, yeah, I think we need to talk about the consequences of the new state and the organization of the world. Because ultimately that is also what the Black freedom movement and the world anti-colonial movements are struggling against. So, yeah. People.
Could I read just a short quote? Oh, sorry. Check it. From The World in Africa that also clarifies Du Bois's position on this, and I found it helpful. It says, out of this imperial colonial system emerged the doctrine of the superior race, the theory that a minority of the people of Europe are by birth and natural gift the rulers of mankind, rulers of their own suppressed labor classes, and without doubt, heaven sent rulers of yellow, brown, and black people. And then he continues, labor was degraded, humanity was despised, the theory of race arose. There came a new doctrine of universal labor. Mankind were of two sorts, the superior and the inferior. The inferior toiled for the superior, and the superior were the real men, the inferior half men, or less. And then he goes on to talk about the consequences of this, especially for science, which maybe could come up.
For science?
Yeah.
Could you read that?
Okay, sure. In order to prove this, even black people, let me go to a different part that's more explicit. In order to establish the righteousness of this point of view, science and religion, government and industry were wheeled into line. The word Negro was used for the first time in the world's history to tie color to race and blackness to slavery and degradation. This logical contradiction influenced and misled science. A system at first conscious and then unconscious of lying about history and distorting it to the disadvantage of the Negroids became so widespread that the history of Africa ceased to be taught, the color of Memnon was forgotten, and every effort was made in archaeology, history, and biography, in biology, psychology, and sociology to prove the all but universal assumption that the color line had a scientific basis. This has helped clarify for me the development of capitalism and the development of white supremacy and which one is determining or how they relate to each other, and then the consequences for modern society.
Oh, I just wanted to say something, sorry, a little bit about, I didn't get a chance, about the discussion on this, on teleology, before coming to this question of reconstruction, which is that I think teleology, Doc, the way you're saying in the grand sense, I mean, I think that critique perhaps could be made not only of Beckert, but in many ways of European social theory itself. And I think you can see some of that, or at least some of those tendencies, for example, in Marx's analysis of colonialism, where he would say that colonialism was necessary to destroy older, systems of production, to take them forward to the modern bourgeois form of production, which was a necessary stage in the achievement of socialism. I think it also kind of, I agree that even if Beckett says that he doesn't want to have that, it's very much in there. And so despite his, it's interesting because despite his effort to write a non-Eurocentric, book, as you're saying, if the deep structure is still with Eurocentric assumptions in it, he can't possibly write the book that he wants to write. But I think the other question it also puts on the table is something that we've discussed a lot in the free school, which is the question of nonviolence. Because I think nonviolence is something that very explicitly rejects teleology, and it is that was the ends do not justify the means was really, I think, a big part of the framing of nonviolent resistance. So I just wanted to say that about the teleology, and maybe I'll add the reconstruction a little bit later in the discussion.
Yeah, bringing it back to reconstruction as well as the arc of Beckert's arguments in this next period of history. I mean, I still view him continuing that thesis that there's a revolutionary vanguard that now that has seized the power of the state is seeking to continue to enforce capitalist relationships. Yes, it has overcome ancient modes of production by relying largely on violent means, and now that it's seeking to maintain and expand this system, then that leaves the question of where does that leave you and I who are discontent and find this wholly unacceptable? And I feel like the extent to which we are given agency under his framework of thinking is that you can protest and resist, and that'll be good because this is a flexible system, and it will try to accommodate your wants and needs through certain means of reform, like he goes on to talk about the welfare state. And I feel that it's a dishonest expression of the possibilities, taking the case of the Nordic countries like Sweden to say, look, things can be this good despite all of the devastation this relies upon. And that still leaves the question that the ultimate determiner of the future is still this revolutionary vanguard and this system which now in his mind or in his claims has its own logic, has taken place and is going to continue to perpetuate itself. The unspoken part of that I feel is still that this is a system that still operates on behalf of the capitalist when you're saying it operates capitalism. and that there's a state that operates for the capitalists. And I think true possibility, I think Du Bois is able to touch on. For example, when Du Bois is talking about the proletariat of South Carolina, he like makes a special point to say not just to what I want to talk about not just to the extent to which this state here in South Carolina was able to operate on behalf of the black worker and the worker as a whole, but to the extent to which the worker, him or herself, was in governance. The true ideal of democracy is for every human being to develop within them that capacity to govern, and the means are the only way to achieve this end, which is to say that the black worker, the extent to which he governs, is the extent to which the state will operate on behalf of the black worker. The extent to which we'll have new economic relationships which are under a more just and human principle. The extent to which the human being himself is valued and given the possibility to flourish is the extent to which these human beings themselves have control of government and run the state. And so I believe that is the direction of development of the state that needs to be understood more.
Good, Shantu.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to build on what Blaise was saying a little bit, because I remember that in World and Africa, Du Bois's chronology is a little different from Beckert's. Like in Beckert's book, he brings up the concept of race, the science of race, and everything that is caused due to racism as part of the capitalist civilization to emerge somewhere in the 1800s. But I think looking at World and Africa, Du Bois would say, no, that kind of white supremacist thinking emerged out of the transatlantic slave trade starting from the early 16th century, and which continued to 1860. That it was how the transatlantic slave trade was justified. And there is a parallel to the development of capitalism and the utilization of race science and arguments of racism to carry out capitalist civilization. But I think that what Du Bois does is sort of distinguish what influenced what, what shaped the other. Like initially, it might have come across as that to justify capitalism, to justify profits in the most cruel ways, you had to use the concept of racism. However, I think what Beckert fails to notice is how much that concept got lodged in the psyche of people all around the world. And then I think they come to a point where Du Bois and Beckert come to a point where they are in agreement, where when slavery is abolished, I think both of them would say the reason why slavery was abolished is because there was a more profitable system that you could move to. In War in Africa, Du Bois also says that slavery was abolished because they realized that indentured labor and transportation of the slaves to different parts of the world had become unprofitable, which is why a new mode of production was invented so that you could, and that was imperialism. That is how that system developed. But then again, they sort of diverge because Du Bois does not. Du Bois kind of keeps on this concept of the color line, and he says that defines the mode of production quite significantly, while Beckert would say that, okay, so now we're going down this other mode of production, and that is a continuously revolutionary process. And I think that something that we discussed last time is very relevant in this case, because Beckert does not have this concept of counter-revolution. And some things that we would define as a counter-revolution, he would define as a continuously transformative, revolutionary thing that propels capitalism and the mode of production forward. And yeah, I think that in the 1960s, when slavery was abolished in the United States, 1860s. 1860s when slavery was abolished in the United States, and the Freedmen Bureau came and tried, and that was, I think, it was an unprecedented. I think that contrary to what Beckett says, that was an unprecedented state intervention in the social and the economic life of the South, and the state fundamentally changed after the defeat of Reconstruction because it still had the power to implement policy, build railroads, and suppress labor movements, but it chose to purposely ignore the 14th and the 15th Amendment. Like, that was the compromise on which the state was built after the defeat of Reconstruction. And I think that that is really, for me, defining of how the state is at the same time trying to implement the capitalist mode of production, but also, spread this or assert this white supremacist social system at the same time.
I wanted to build on that and also connect, I guess, two big concepts which have been raised, which is imperialism and the state, and kind of walk through like how, let's say, like Lenin formulated it, and then like Beckert's explanation, and then Du Bois.
Can I ask a question? Yeah. Does Beckert use the concept imperialism, or does he use finance capital? So the reason I make that distinction is because I think he appropriates Hilferding, as did Lenin, of course.
But he stays with Hilferding and less with Lenin?
That's what I think.
Okay, yeah, because I think...
He uses the word imperial project.
Like, I think
He uses the word imperial project, yeah.
How does he use it?
By mid-century, it became clearer than ever before that capitalism was an imperial project that abhorred stasis.
I think
that it was a state of permanent revolution.
The chapter, to me, the really interesting chapter in the Beckert book was 13 on enclosures, which to him, for me, is his narrative of how basically imperialism, like actual imperialism as we know it, emerges. But I think I just wanted to kind of briefly go over like Lenin's argument at that time is that imperialism, like as everyone knows, imperialism is a stage of capitalism, that it represents the more like kind of morbid symptoms of capitalism, because he sees it as the European and American states trying to, what he calls, export their contradictions around the world. Yeah. And so, like, that also leads to the export of the export of capital rather than just the exporting commodities or kind of manufactured goods. And then, obviously, Lenin links this to the merging of finance capital and industrial capital, the dominance of finance capital, and that, like, he does identify, like, this thing of, like, super exploitation of the colonies. Again, as a way to resolve the internal contradictions of the developed capitalist countries. And I think the other thing from Lenin is that for Lenin, which I think is actually one of the big divergences between Lenin and Beckert, is that Lenin argues that the state is never neutral. The state is always an instrument of class suppression and class oppression. Whereas Beckert, his default is, yes, the state was constitutive of capitalism, but he still sees it as more contested territory, that both capital and labor can shape the state. And you see the fruition of that in what he calls the golden age of capitalism in the 1940s, after the World War II. Whereas Lenin is like, no, the state is always an instrument of suppression. And that's why he's so, his whole argument in the State and Revolution is really him launching this broadside against what was then like the kind of provisional government in Russia, as his way of making a rhetorical argument against why the provisional government needed to be overthrown and why it was illegitimate, because he's saying that actually no, there is no such thing as like a state that can be maneuvered and negotiated both by capital and by labor, and that it is only defined by the domination and rule of one class over another. Whereas Beckert, I think, would see it differently. But I do think that to go back to the imperialism question, one of Beckert's interesting contributions, which may not be new, but I still found pretty novel, is that in this enclosures chapter, he talks about what he calls a second great divergence, which is the divergence between the United States and the rest of Europe, and how America became the world power. And actually the argument that he makes, or the history that he traces, is that he says, the United States offered a model of how capital's envelopment into nation states produced a new spatial geographic order that was conducive to profit and power, and this was something that European and Japanese elites feared. And then he says, because the United States had pioneered this new form of integration with the American continent, which spanned the entire territory of the United States, which enabled the development of railroads, of telegraphs, of courts, of steel industry, all that stuff. And then so he says, this was the second great divergence, the preamble to not only the American century, but also the age of empire, with Europe struggling to retain its global dominance that it once had. Because they were shocked by the discontinuity that American ascendants represented, European and Japanese observers sought to emulate America, just as they had tried to emulate Britain during the original Great Divergence. And so in many ways he's saying that like this, what became the scramble for the colonies, like at the end of the 19th century into the 20th century, is motivated by, in many ways, not just the kind of what Lenin describes as only just imperialist competition, although I think there is that, but like Beckert is arguing that it is the rise of the United States which then compels the European powers to also want to have like colonies and empires that they can compete against. But it's like for him, like what he's tracing is this emergence of why America becomes the most important power in the world. And in many ways, like I think that's what builds to Du Bois, because Du Bois argues in Black Reconstruction that, see, he says, and this is where obviously like there's both some overlap with Du Bois but also divergence, where Du Bois says in the Counter-Revolution of Property chapter that the United States, reinforced by the increased political power of the South, and this is post-1876, post-compromise of 1876, based on the disenfranchisement of Black voters, took its place to reinforce the capitalistic dictatorship of the United States, which became the most powerful in the world, and which backed the new industrial imperialism and degraded colored labor the world over. This meant a tremendous change in the whole intellectual and spiritual development of civilization in the South and in the United States, because of the predominant political power of the South built on disfranchised labor. The United States was turned into a reactionary force. And so this is the end of the 19th century. It became the cornerstone of that new imperialism, which is subjecting the labor of yellow, brown, and Black peoples to the dictation of capitalism organized on a world basis. And it has not only brought nearer the revolution by which the power of capitalism is to be challenged, but also it is transforming the fight around the world to the sinister aspect of the fight along racial lines. Very interesting. He's saying that on the one hand, like the United States is responsible for the spread of this new era of capitalism around the world, and yet he's saying that it also transforms the world into like truly like this division of the color line, and that's where also Du Bois, when he's trying to explain the same phenomenon as Lenin, which is World War I, Du Bois comes to a different conclusion than Lenin. Where Lenin ultimately says that, like, because, labor in Europe and then the white world, or I guess the Western world has been bought off by, the labor aristocracy, which is enabled by the super exploitation of the colonies, and then ultimately he's still arguing, though, for the working class in the Western world, the developed capitalist world, to basically, like, that's where he still locates a lot of the fight in imperialism specifically. I think what Du Bois says is that what imperialism, both as an economic system, but also as this connecting of the world into a color line, into a racially divided world is that he actually envisions the future conflicts of the world being actually determined not by the economic relations, but actually being determined by race and by what one could call like civilization wars, basically. And so in a lot of ways, I feel like Du Bois is tracking like dual logics, but I think I guess I just wanted to bring that up, and in part because also I think Du Bois would say that in some ways Du Bois would agree with Lenin in the sense that the state is not neutral, and that's why he uses the concept of a dictatorship of the black proletariat, kind of building and drawing from Marxism, but that it's not justifying by the rule of one class over another, and that's why he focuses so much on what did the disfranchisement of black labor mean?
Right.
What did it mean for the actual legal constitution of the United States? Plessy v. Ferguson, which we talk about so much. And I think what Du Bois is tracking is, the American state, which becomes an imperial state, designed to manage these world colonies, and ultimately now today with the military bases around the world. That he is saying that the American state becomes constituted not just by dictatorship of capital, but also the desire to basically suppress black people.
But that's the new governing principles of world human relationships. That is a brilliant move on his part. And he can never therefore go back to the Leninist idea that the governing principle is class and the imperialist ruling class. Du Bois says it's far more than that.
I think Megan has her hand up.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to say a little bit about teleology and Black Reconstruction. I mean, I was very struck by the discussion about teleology and logics, and it's helping me understand the contrast between Beckert's approach and Du Bois's approach, particularly in this period of Reconstruction. And so it's interesting that Beckert essentially frames this as a continuation of the capitalist revolution, this permanent revolution, and he frames it as reconstruction of capital and reconstruction of labor. And I was looking at the footnotes, and it seems like he does cite Eric Foner heavily, someone we've dealt with in the past, about Reconstruction. But it's an interesting contrast between how Beckert frames it, and then Du Bois even saying Black Reconstruction in America, because Du Bois is putting the emphasis on the agency of the Black worker in this process of Reconstruction, identifying in some ways a particular strand or a particular thread that the Black worker was moving towards in terms of Reconstruction, and contrasting that with the capitalist Reconstruction that the elites of the North and then ultimately the elites of the South come together on and, pursue this remaking of global capitalism and empire, as, Jeremiah was discussing. And so that, I think, is one key contrast. Also, this is helping me understand why Du Bois in Black Reconstruction, really in all of his writing, he's always very conscious of telling us there could have been another way. Even, for example, in the planter chapter, he's like, yes, the planters were brutal, the planters were lazy, the planters were decadent, but if only they had done something different, if only they had accepted scientific industry, if only they had reformed the South, if only they'd been willing to even reform slavery, we could have avoided a civil war. Similarly, in the world in Africa, when he's talking about the advent of the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, he's like, oh, they got these ideas of science and equality and progressive ideas coming from Asia and Africa, but they went in this direction of degrading science and religion through greed and violence rather than a different direction. And so for Du Bois, he's rejecting teleology because every generation basically has to make these decisions. And so he's laying out in Black Reconstruction the decisions made by that generation of slaves who became Black workers, that generation of planters, that generation of northern elites, etc. And I think that the significance is that for Du Bois, these are still open questions. He's giving us these scenarios because he's like, this is not decided. Unlike Beckert, who's like, okay, this is decided. This is a permanent revolution, and capitalism is moving towards its greatest victory in the 21st century. And so I think that's a very key distinction. And of course, the fact that Du Bois is always Du Bois is taking very seriously this question of the strivings of people. He is saying, like, yes, ultimately the black workers' vision was defeated, but that striving is very important, and that striving continues in new forms. And he's trying to tell the reader that that is still basically an option today, and that this battle is unfinished. And so yeah, it's a very, very different framing from Beckert, who seems to be trying to bracket that period in with the mid-19th century bourgeois revolutions and framing it in that way. So yeah.
Yeah, I think it's also really important that Du Bois talks about the defeat of Reconstruction as a defeat of the ideal of democracy, which is then what leads to imperialism. So yeah, I mean, it just really gets to this like a view of history and a view of why we even read and write history, is that the point is to raise the consciousness of humanity so we can choose something new. And I just think this thing of human consciousness as do economic systems drive history, or does human consciousness drive history? I think this is what Emily was saying. But also this thing of law and chance, like there are systems changing things, but the unexpected does happen. And that's about all that does happen, to quote Du Bois from that first chapter of Dark Princess. And yeah, also to this thing of strivings, how would Du Bois see the end of the Soviet Union versus Beckert? And yeah, Beckert is really, he's taking it in an end of history kind of way. But I always remember from Russia and America, Du Bois says, even if this ends, even if it only lasts for 100 years, it means something that it happened, and it's still something that has the potential if we can raise our consciousness collectively.
Right, and just one more, Beckert talks about reconstructing capitalism. For Du Bois, I would say it's more about reconstructing democracy. Black Reconstruction represents that moment where the ideal of democracy, as Magna was saying, which you can argue that ideal emerged from the capitalist revolutions initially in some ways, the conditions were laid, but with Reconstruction, you have the reconstruction of that ideal away from bourgeois democracy towards something completely new. And I think Du Bois is identifying that thread is opened up with Black Reconstruction, and then as we've been discussing, that is picked up with the Russian Revolution and Bandung, and that remains the open struggle even to this day, that humanity as a whole must decide.
Go ahead,
I just wanted to say the European notion of class was based on the genealogy of the person, whereas in the American system, the common man was able to get ahead supposedly based on his merit. So they fashioned it more as a meritocracy, but they kept all of the finance capital in the hands of the white Europeans. That's why you had things that happened to the black populations in terms of redlining, where they were not able to get finance capital and they were confined to certain neighborhoods, and those, because they couldn't get finance capital, those neighborhoods became ghettos. So the government was complicit in the formation of the ghetto. And even now, we have the credit system based upon your economic profile. Now they're going to adopt a social credit system into that, whereas if you have committed any crimes in the past or whatever, that's going to be included into your credit profile. So this is the adoption of the surveillance state, which is what's happening now. And what led to the end of slavery was the adoption of the cotton gin. Once they had the technology, they didn't need people. They could get the cotton without using people. Then there was this notion where we don't need this workforce anymore. We have this cotton gin, and the same thing is happening now in terms of the artificial intelligence and the technology. There's certain jobs, they don't need people anymore. So what's going to happen to these excess people? That's why people are saying the deportation will not just affect new immigrants, it's going to affect certain populations that have been here a long time that were expendable from the very beginning. They're going to be asked to leave too. Or they're going to be asked to start your life over in another country where you have more of roots like in terms of your genealogy or in terms of your genetics, you have roots in this country, why don't you start over there? And so these arguments are going to be brought to the fore as technology increases and as more and more people become expendable.
Can I just say something? Two things I want to mention. Let us not forget that the reason that Beckert argues that capitalism is a permanent revolution is because it is constantly revolutionizing technology and the productive forces. And that can be lost in the long narrative, that is what the essence of the revolutionary essence of capitalism is. By the way, it is an assertion that is not proven. He makes the claim, but when I say not proven, let us for the sake of argument say, in the post-1945 world, is capitalism constantly revolutionizing the productive forces to the benefit of the people, a la what John is saying? Or have we reached a point where productive forces have essentially become destructive forces? War and technology to eliminate humanity from the social world, the social system. The other thing is, I know Johan is not there, I wanted to ask him about Beckert's referencing Foner's reconstruction rather than Du Bois's black reconstruction. And I think it is not a small matter. It is a matter of epistemological significance because it is a way of eliminating, first of all, the black proletariat and race. You know? And that's, if you look at the two books, Foner and Du Bois, I mean, it is epistemologically two different universes happening. One who wants to talk about Reconstruction as a struggle for democracy, which of course Du Bois does too, but a struggle that defeats democracy on the foundation of white supremacy. And I think that my point is that Beckert does not want to deal with the white supremacist social system.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say briefly, and I think it might sound a little redundant, but I'm remembering my first reaction to reading Beckert, and especially those two chapters of Reconstructing Capital and Reconstructing Labor. And I remember we were all pretty excited about it because we didn't know what to expect. We were thinking maybe we'll actually reference Black Reconstruction. But I feel like this big sense of like betrayal or disappointment we get into it is because he appropriates the concept of Reconstruction so like to be so different than how Du Bois uses he is so interested in the reconstruction of capital, like global capitalism, in a way that like so evades like all of this great struggle or revolution for democracy that Du Bois talks about. And only I feel like he really does cast like the capital owners as like the protagonists of his history. Like he says in the last third, I'll a little bit, that's okay. In the last third of the 19th century and in the first years of the 20th, capital owners, but also statesmen, workers, rural cultivators, reconstructed global capitalism. By the end of this transformation, capital, labor, and the state were fundamentally different, as were global hierarchies. While the influence of capital owners might seem to overshadow the cumulative sway of millions of individual acts on the factory floors and the fields, the reconstruction of capitalism emerged from a decades-long struggle between those actors in boardrooms, in courts, in union lodges, and in the halls of power, like so casting basically those capital owners as like the protagonists of the story, and then Yeah, and then he says these developments were tremendously Eurocentric as European capital and European state power came to colonize large areas of the world, and as European political and economic elites subdued, with very few exceptions, their Asian and African counterparts. Just sort of like, so I feel like, yeah, I think that was what I found to be so insidious about like the use of the word
Found to be so
insidious about using
yes.
this, like using the concept of Reconstruction.
Yes.
And just like describing this period as like reconstructing capital. And then the other thing, like in the second half, like then chapter 12, reconstructing labor, that is where he says, Beckert says, at the same time in the United States, institutional racism shaped every aspect of the country's labor market, fostering an ever more elaborate system of political and legal discrimination against African Americans. As reconstructed capital pushed into new areas and spheres of life, it led to the massive reconstruction of labor, more finely framed hierarchies it structured everywhere, and then that the recourse to race helped address a central contradiction that emerged as part of the capitalist revolution in the countryside. On the one side, its universalist, volunteerist, and contractual character, and on the other side, its reliance on coercion and violence. And then that's where he talks about the connected diversity part.
Right.
And then finally, I'll just end here, like, despite its coercion and violence, this world of labor was very different than the one that had characterized the earlier war capitalist moment, referring to the 1400s, 1500s, 1600s, of the rise of the transatlantic slave trade, of like the colonization of the Americas, not least because this era of labor rested upon an unprecedented degree on the powers, structures, and interventions of the states. While slavery had drawn upon the state's powers as well, its core relationship between the enslaver and the enslaved was largely beyond the state's purview, but in the reconstructed capitalism of the 19th century, by contrast, the state, sometimes colonial, sometimes national, was present everywhere. So he just sort of like talks about the reconstruction of labor as sort of like a consolidation and a new, he does talk about emergence of a new kind of state, but just says it's everywhere, it's more powerful. But I'd like to, you know, pursue what we're trying to say about like what precisely is the character of this state, because I don't just think it's like more, it's like a state plus or an expanded state, it's a state.
But as you say, he talks about, we're all talking about, he talks about a lot of things, but he talks about a lot of things in a confused and contradictory way.
Yeah.
And that is what, you know, we're trying to deconstruct. We have to deconstruct it. Because you're right, all of this research that's been done that he's drawing upon, and of course Du Bois is the ghost somewhere behind, but so he has to mention, he has to talk about these things, but then in a contradictory and confused way, because I think, I don't know who, see, I think the epistemic strategy is determining even how he will talk about things. And he doesn't, you know, if you want to talk about, quote, institutional racism, well, you know, you're not talk about it in Du Boisian terms.
Yeah, it's almost a footnote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's almost a footnote, or like just like, oh, it happens, and then now you can just see it everywhere, rather than, you know, taking it seriously.
And rather than talking about, see, because then the fallacy of overgeneralization. The United States, he does mention, because of its spatial and geographic expanse, had a upper hand on these European small nation states. Okay, but is that the only thing?
Yes, right.
You see what I'm saying? And and so he makes that the decisive thing rather than the U.S. inventing, as he would have it, a white supremacist social system, which made, as Du Bois will argue, capital more profitable.
Well, because I think I wanted to return to something that Shantanu brought up, which is the idea of race science, which it's so funny because Beckert explains the rise of race science as a consequence of the decline of political economy. He says his argument is that because the political economy of Adam Smith is kind of thrown out of fashion by this new school of economic thinking, he says it creates a vacuum for the rise of race science to explain, for Europeans and Americans to explain why there is inequality in the world, or why certain groups of people are more deserving to be in this part of the labor ladder and then others are more deserving. But it's like, it's so absurd, even on the face of it, of like, yeah, okay, race science is explained because of the decline of political economy, but I feel like it's in part because Du Bois' explanation of even why does like race science as it purported to be a genuine science, his argument, in Du Bois' argument in Black Reconstruction, is that it's because he traces it ultimately to the defeat of Reconstruction. And in particular, the South, the former planters, the rising new class of white workers and white entrepreneurs in the South who forged this bargain with Northern capital, it's because he's saying that the South is making these arguments about Black people, that they are genetically inferior,
Right.
that they have ruined civilization.
Well, even, I think the North, the universities.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So he says, yeah, then, as a result of that, then the North seizes upon the new social Darwinism, the idea of the survival of the fittest. And I think that, like, where Beckert is tracing it to basically like a kind of really abstract or like not really relevant explanation, I think what Du Bois is saying, like, no, there's a reason why this emerges, and you can see the dissemination of race science in the West as a result of ultimately that crucial moment of the defeat of Reconstruction.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But see, if I just, I know you see, part of another problem I find with Beckert, when he deals with these new economic theories, the neoliberalism, the Austrian school and all of that, and then in the 20th century, he's got Milton Friedman, he fails, or even Keynes, he fails to deal with them as state ideology. You know, Milton Friedman, I know I'm talking loud. Milton Friedman does not rise to the prominence that he does unless his theory fits ideology and is ideological. Why does race science emerge? It is the new ideology of the state. Hence, we're back to the white supremacist state, the white supremacist social system. Here's just the thing. But since there is not a robust Du Boisian study of the state, you know, Beckert wants to stay within the framework of academic consensus. So he can't go there. So it is a phoner. The struggle for democracy. No, Du Bois says the overturning of Reconstruction is a counter-revolution. I mean, this is huge, I think. And to avoid this, even though you talk about the rise of institutional racism and race science, you fail to connect it to the state's new ideology and the reconstructing of the state along white supremacist lines. Huge, I think and that's part of my frustration. Why did you go up to this point only to retreat from it? That's what I...
So it sounds like Beckert would say that the defeat of Reconstruction is explained by the natural ending of capitalism, that like the capitalist system would explain it. But I feel like Du Bois directly contradicts it. And the passages after where Jeremiah was reading was basically saying like, well, does the defeat of Reconstruction mean that it was bad or that the ideas were bad? And like Du Bois says that, no, it's because the South and the North use brute force to destroy it. And can you even say that this is true social Darwinism or even true survival of the fittest if you're using brute force to basically destroy what is good?
But see, if I could just say something, very, very important. But Beckert never sees anything like this as a counter-revolution.
Because
Du Bois does. And he could say that race science was necessary because economic analysis failed to explain, I don't know how he puts it, but isn't it, did the state now become an instrument of counter-revolution? Not just an instrument of capitalism, but of counter-revolution.
Well, I think that one of the really big differences or the distinctions is political democracy versus industrial democracy.
Yeah.
And I say that because I think Foner's conception of Reconstruction as a democratic process is kind of, he frames it as multicultural democracy, like the promise of multicultural democracy, where like everybody can vote, everybody's an equal citizen, including like the laborers and the workers and the poor whites, and then also the capitalists, and everybody can participate and like basically like shape the state. And I think that that's completely different from Du Bois and this idea of the black proletariat, the dictatorship of the black proletariat.
Absolutely.
And Du Bois emphasizes...
As a new form of democracy.
Yes, a new form of democracy, an economic revolution, and not just an economic revolution. And he says, Du Bois says that more important than political democracy is industrial democracy. And that's the voice that the worker has in the organization and the conduct of industry. And that organization of industry is of first importance in the state. It determines its political patterns. Yeah, he says that. And that is basically the actual like dynamic of what's going on. And I think that that's important because Beckert does fall into this idea of actually the freeing of the enslaved and then their resistance against becoming like wage workers or whatever makes the state a little bit more democratic because capitalism can reform. And one of the things that he even talks about is how the state it intervenes more into contracts. It intervenes in contracts formed between like employees and employers.
You need a state in order to have
you need a state in order for there to be contracts, and those contracts actually allow for some power of labor. Like labor becomes increasingly recognized by the state. And that's even like paralleling the rise of like industrial labor unions, like the government actually negotiating or recognizing the rights of like unions and stuff. But the problem is that Du Bois says that organized labor in the US seldom actively opposes imperialism or champions democracy among colonial peoples. And so there's no essence of democracy, like Megna was saying, like the striving of democracy. And instead it becomes this sort of white, flattened form that actually like is not industrial in nature, only allows the voice of the white worker to basically support the state or think that it has a piece of the state when it does not have complete control at all. And I just think that that question of industrial democracy or what is the essential meaning of democracy, where I feel like Foner and many other people try to appropriate democracy as just like, oh, now we can vote and like now it's all good, and not actually taking the state or having control over the state. And I feel like that's even part of the difficulty of having like a political conversation of like, what is democracy today?
Okay.
Yeah, I just had something to add with, like it's sort of, like for me, I'm really interested in like, how are we, sharpening our analysis against sort of the other sort of reigning left ideologies of today. And of course, Jeremiah, you did a good job of distinguishing between Lenin and Du Bois, right? And kind of like elucidating why this sort of, Marxist-Leninist analysis is not fully, obviously doesn't fully describe what we're dealing with. We've been talking about Eric Foner's analysis, and I don't remember much of his books, but I remember reading a little bit in grad school and just being like deeply dissatisfied. I wasn't quite sure what was going on there, but I'm curious. So we have sort of the activist left, like sort of activist Marxist Leninist left. We have this sort of academic left with Foner and like others. We've talked about Gerald Horne. We've talked about 1619. I assume you sort of put that into like academic left. So.
I would. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm curious about like how like, this might be controversial, but like the Philadelphia Du Bois Abolition School, right? This other organization that, yeah, purports to be all about Du Boisian social science and stuff, right? Like, I'm curious, are we interested in like sort of sharpening our arguments against sort of what they're doing as far as like this notion, like this ideology of like abolitionism, which I think is kind of, you know, tied up in like anarchism. But I don't know, my experience with like the abolitionism thing is like, I find that it's tied to like, yes, of course, like abolishing like prisons and, you know, these, you know, terrible, you know, state institutions, but it's also like sort of thinking about abolishing like the U.S. nation state.
Yeah. It's a conflation.
Like the U.S. project, right?
Yeah, it's a conflation and turning Du Bois into a slogan rather than a project of great scientific value.
Okay.
Yeah, if you ask me something else, I could go further.
Well,
but
yeah, I'm curious how our analysis, like, you know, differs from theirs, because I see it actually as I see it as related to the trialectic, because I feel like there's a lot of the academic left, a lot of like, I come out of American studies, right? So American studies is like, you know, how do we be ultra critical of America, right, as a concept? So it's like, I see sort of like the American studies, like abolitionism as like seeing the trialectic as starting in 1619 and with the founding of the US, and saying that no, like the US is fundamentally broken. Right, that the U.S. it's broken, that it's fundamentally it's fundamentally white supremacist.
In its essence.
In its essence, yeah, that it's not, there's no fixing it, right? So I see that sort of the trialectic as like starting with the founding of the U.S. And I see sort of like the abolitionism group as supporting that. But then of course our analysis is like drawing out the 1850s and Reconstruction, and the idea that the trialectic sort of becomes consolidated then, and not with the founding of the U.S. I don't know. That's just kind of where my head like is always going with this conversation, because I find it to be really important to, you know, current political organizing.
Well, go ahead. I mean, somebody else said something.
I just wanted to ask.
No, wait. I want to address this problem that Emily brought up, because it is a point of deep confusion.
Yeah.
You know, where a group claims to be studying Black Reconstruction, but in such a superficial way as to make Du Bois to transform this great body of work into a passing kind of reference. Yeah. For example, as you can see, we contrast Du Bois's logic and epistemology to Beckert's. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Well, they don't claim to do it, don't know how to do it, and frankly, I would say not interested. It's a way of saying to people who are looking for something, especially, let us say, college students, that, well, we've discovered something new, and it is Du Bois. Yeah. Well, first of all, you didn't discover it. Yeah. And you didn't participate, forgive me if I sound a little harsh on this, you didn't participate in any of the activities of the people that cleared the ground in the city of Philadelphia for Du Bois to have a special scientific and theoretical space. Yeah. And can't do it. So you get people who know no better, and rather than advancing them, you taking them backward under the guise of we're doing Du Bois. But then you quickly move from Du Bois to Frantz Fanon.
Yeah.
Well, on your way, did you ever mention James Baldwin or Martin Luther King, whose framework is Du Boisian? So I think we have to keep it 100 about a fraud.
It's just, it has a very powerful thrust, you know.
You think it's a powerful fraud?
Yeah, I think it's very.
Really?
Well, it's powerful in the sense that it's captured a lot of left people.
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, it's, yeah.
Hold on 1 minute. See, this is,
Like, cause I was steeped in that. I have been steeped in that since graduating from college. So what, 12 years. And so I'm sort of emerging out of that as far as like, oh, like there could be another way. Or there could be another hopeful, optimistic way of like.
yeah, but it's not Du Bois at all. It is, I mean, if people think it is, that's tragedy. But then again, some people are looking for easy and quick answers.
Yeah.
And so on.
Yeah. Well, I think that, sorry, I'm trying to put a lot of thoughts together, but I think even this concept of abolition and then sort of appropriating Du Bois and what he has written, or like what relates to abolition democracy, which realistically is a very small portion of his overall body of work, I think is also, to be honest, I think that that's a teleological project.
Yes.
Where the point is that the end should be abolition, the end should be abolishing the US state.
That's what I'm saying.
And then how can we use Du Bois to prop up that project, which we've already decided or
That's what
already
I'm saying,
feel to
yeah.
be the most worthwhile one. And I think that for us, we don't feel like there are easy answers like that. And I want to, transition to talking about Du Bois and basically how his ideas leave something, and Black Reconstruction and the Black proletariat, that struggle basically leaves a legacy that people take up, whether it's Martin Luther King and the Civil Rights Movement, whether it's Van Dang and the world anti-colonial struggles, and even like the Russian Revolution, where Du Bois is saying that democracy is the question that's on the table, and democracy both like is in conflict with like capitalism but also white supremacy. And Du Bois says like there's a chance for the capitalist nations to set their house in order and show that socialism is not the only way out, but all they need to fear is poverty, unemployment, ignorance, race hate, and the combination of these things, which has been modern imperialism. And he basically asks like, will anybody take it up? And then he says that the Russian Revolution is one great challenge to this like white supremacist imperialist system, that the Russian Revolution is emerging out of this assumption that a society has to be supported by slavery. He says the US had the opportunity but refused it in Reconstruction after Civil War. And he sees the Soviet Union as groping for the way out, for a civilization that won't die of these contradictions. And then I just think that King is fighting for, like Emily, you were like saying that this question of whether Du Bois's project is to fight to just end the United States versus to actually steer the United States onto a path of democracy, which is important because the US becomes the leading empire in the world. The US sets the example for what the world ends up falling into. And I just think that King, when he writes or when he speaks, he says that we are not fighting for ourselves alone, but we're fighting for this nation. And he says, and then he also gets accused of being a gradualist, but he says, we're not fighting for ourselves, we're fighting for this nation, for the American nation. But even more than that, we're fighting for 2,400,000,000 people in this world. And he says, tell these people who are telling us to go slower that 2/3 of these people are colored, that 1,600,000,000 are colored. Most of them live on 2 continents, 600 million in China, and these people for years have lived under the bondage of colonialism and imperialism. And he basically says that this system of exploitation and imperialism and colonialism is something that the Black people face, and that the struggle is the same. And so I feel like what I'm trying to say is that the world anti-colonial struggles are also mass democratic movements that challenge this mode of Western domination, this assumption of white democracy. And I think that we should investigate, like, honestly, what are the principles, what is the practice, what are the ideas that ground this movement? And is that a more, like, real expression of Du Bois's ideas? And in that, I just want to identify, like, 3 things that I think are essential principles. Democracy, which we've talked about so much, which is self-rule, this idea of sovereignty, which is not just achieving a state or getting control of a state, but to make that state equal and recognized in the world, which can't happen under white supremacy. The need for peace, and then this thing of education and consciousness, where the end goal is not just economic development or industrialization, but the development of human consciousness itself. And that's why the struggle against poverty is not just a struggle against poverty, but it's also a struggle against illiteracy. It's a struggle against isolation and ignorance. And so, yeah, I just want to transition our conversation to ask, like, okay, like, if we're talking about Du Bois, what ground in Black Reconstruction helps explain the freedom movements of the 20th century? And is that a more realistic and true expression of, like, Du Bois's thought, more than, like, abolition or, like, end America because it's settler colonialist? And yeah, and then this thing of, like, civilization, Bandung, Asia.
Maybe.
Can I say something?
Oh yes, I was going to just say, yeah.
Yeah, I also, because I have to go soon, I just wanted to share some of my thoughts about the conversation so far, where maybe I'll start with trying to respond to something, Doc, you were saying just a while back about all of these contradictions and confusions in the project that Beckert starts out with, but then, doesn't adequately address. And this question you were asking of, okay, why go so far and then not go all the way, or, not, that I've been thinking about a lot, because one of the ways in which I think I have come to see this project, Beckert's project of a global history of capitalism, is in fact a reflection of, the crisis, or the total crisis of, Western civilization, and particularly of Western knowledge and science, because it can be seen as an admission that a global history of nothing and nobody can really ever be written without an understanding and knowledge of the place of dark humanity and their contributions to, the world that has been built, and their contributions in taking history forward. And I think it is very telling that, even though, like Raju was also saying, he starts out to basically break away from a Eurocentric narrative of, the historical process and the revolutionary process, he still doesn't manage to do it completely. And I think that is, in some ways, the way I see it, is it's a reflection of the limitations and the still the incompleteness of Western science and thought. Because one of the things that I've been thinking about, and I've been thinking about this from the very beginning of our starting to even engage with Beckert and so on, is something that was said earlier in the conversation, where Beckert, from the very beginning, he has this thing of, oh, this is going to be a neutral history of what has happened. Like, I'm going to analyze the facts, and he does a tremendous job of bringing together examples from places that, I wouldn't know to put together. But from the very beginning, the idea is that there will be a neutral history. We are not going to have commentary on whether this was good or bad, just this thing of this is how it happened. And I think this is really what stood out to me when reading that chapter in Black Reconstruction, Counter-Revolution of Property, and then, Beckert's chapter on reconstructing capital and labor, where, they are trying to talk about the same period and the same processes in some ways, but from such completely different lenses, where I think it is really the moral framework and Du Bois's centering of, like Jahan was saying, the strivings of the Black worker that allows, an articulation of the truth of what had happened with the defeat of Reconstruction, which Beckert can only see as a reconstruction of capital and so on. And I think that sort of the first thing I'm trying to say is it raises a question of whether you can really write a neutral history of this entire long historical process of where we have arrived. And the other thing, of course, I just wanted to comment on is what everybody has brought up about the tension between a logic of capitalism and its global manifestations, but then also the logic of whiteness. And it reminds me of how Du Bois says that this discovery of whiteness is not even that old a phenomenon. It's relatively recent and a 19th, 20th century phenomenon. And I mean, it definitely gets reconsolidated in a new way with the defeat of Reconstruction and the establishment of a white supremacist social system and basically the state mechanisms that perpetuates it, and so on and so forth. So this the fact that there is this tension between a logic of capitalism and a logic of whiteness, where whiteness might even have emerged as a way to explain or justify the enslavement of the black proletariat, enslavement of black proletariat, in an effort to basically allow accumulation of wealth and profit and so on and so forth. But then it seems like what we have seen historically is it takes on a life of its own. And today, I think the big question is whether it is really a logic of capitalism or a logic of whiteness, which is a civilizational logic, or the aspiration of whiteness and an investment and the need to defend the values of whiteness, which is basically what is in the way of a people's movement towards freedom, democracy, and peace. So those were some of what I was thinking about with the conversation so far.
I just want to ask a question. You mentioned race science, and I think the adoption of race science started when the publication of The Origin of the Species by Charles Darwin. That led to the scientific revolution, and that led to the formation of the modern state in the sense that we believe certain races were above others. When Hitler went into the idea of the Aryan, he was categorizing white people within Europe. Certain people were above other people. I mean, the Germans were on top and the Polish were near the bottom. And he adopted that into Asia, where he said the Japanese were the Aryans of the Asian people. So it's not just whiteness, it's a sense of who is a part of the Aryanization of race, meaning who is at the top of the racial pyramid, who's at the bottom. The people at the top are the ones who should be ruling the world. And that led to the Axis powers during World War II. That's the reason why Japan, Germany, and certain powers came together, because they believed they were the Aryan races of those parts of the world. And so we have this notion that science has dictated what the state will be. And then with Du Bois in his Souls of Black Folk, where he talks about the talented tenth within the black community coming together and bootstrapping up the rest of the proletariat, the people who are the working class. That didn't happen because you had too many people in the talented tenth who had the European kind of individualistic mindset. So in a new system of governance for the black community, I think we need to have that talented tenth be more in terms of where they share power more with people who are in the proletariat, and you have like a distribution of resources within the black community. And that's the reason why some people think we need to go partially back to a segregated system, because we need that talented tenth within that community to help to help the uplift of the rest of the community, because too many of the people in that talented tenth have bought into the European system of just like, I'm going to keep mine and forget about you. And so if we get into a new system of government where people are asked maybe to leave the nation because they're not needed anymore, we need to adopt like a new sense of self, where people are not into this selfish mentality which has been a part of the American mindset for so long, where the notion of greed has gotten to a point where people just have more money than they could ever spend in their lifetime or even in their grandchildren's lifetime. And so what we need is like a reform of the capitalist system, but if people are asked to leave and to segregate into their own groups, we need to kind of reform the way they've been brainwashed, like by the European and the American systems.
I agree with you, quoting Du Bois. The talented 10th in my race, a lot of them have adapted the European mindset. I'm a senior, and I had she wasn't a friend, but we were raised together. My family's working class. Her dad, a black girl, about my age, her dad was a dentist. And she was a snob. That's one example, but I have experienced how the talented 10th look down on working class blacks. So it's so true.
Have you ever heard of Du Bois's concept of the guiding 100th?
No, I've never heard of that.
I think, you see, he initially called for that group within the black population who had access to education, could read, to take on a moral responsibility to helping to uplift the race.
What was that phrase you just used, 100?
The guiding 100th. In 1948, he reformulated. He said the talented 10th had become consumed in universal selfishness. And what was needed was a guiding 100th. So in terms of the constitution of leadership of the race, 1 in 100 would move to the fore, not those swayed by what was popular, how I get ahead, and so on, but that 1 in 100.
Okay, 110.
Yeah, no, 100th. The guiding 100. So the this kind of smearing of Du Bois, in that that quote, he was an elitist. We need to do away with that and attack it as every time it's raised. Du Bois was a revolutionary and a fighter for democracy. There's certain things that we need to just have as the groundwork, the basics.
I agree.
You understand?
He was revolutionary.
Yeah, a revolutionary. And
a lot of people say King was a coward.
Yeah, well, let me tell you this. A lot of people say anything.
That's true.
And with social media, it amplifies this.
Yeah.
I guess I'm one of those impatient people. You know what I'm saying? I don't tolerate BS from anybody, 8 to 80 or whatever. And I'm 80.
Yes.
I don't tolerate it. When it comes to Du Bois, when it comes to King, let's get the revolutionary essence of who they were right before we even, throw around what we think they said. And I'm just saying that, from the standpoint of, from the standpoint of what I'm saying, no. Du Bois was a revolutionary. Du Bois sacrificed in the name of the advancement of black people and of humanity.
Yes.
His body of writing verifies it, but his activism and his sacrifice.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
I'm halfway through 1619, Jones's book, and I think it's very good. You just mentioned that you're calling it leftist, academic leftism?
No, I'm not.
I
don't call it that. I call it anti-Du Boisian.
Oh, you think 1619?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's not Du Bois. And, you mentioned abolition school, that's part of their thing. They go along with all that, but that's not Du Bois.
I've read about half the book so far.
Well,
I don't
but
even, she hasn't mentioned, I don't
No,
remember her mentioning
they can't put Du Bois in there.
Oh, okay.
He does not fit logically or epistemologically.
Okay.
See, this is why we have a Saturday free school for philosophy and black liberation.
Well, I think it's excellent.
Well, no, because we're not playing.
Okay.
This ain't no game.
No, it isn't.
It really is not. The struggle of ideas is probably the most consequential of all struggles.
That's great.
You know what I'm saying? That's not to say there are not others, but maybe the most consequential. Let me give you an example. I'm getting. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well,
can I give you an example from the University of Pennsylvania? They do everything they can to obscure revolutionary ideas. They are a center of counter-revolutionary ideas,
I bet.
including the black people.
Oh, yes. That's how they fit in and move up.
Right, that's my point. So once you start there and you know who you're dealing with, then the opposite, if you want to be revolutionary, is to move to the opposite side of the University of Pennsylvania. But go, I'm sorry.
Oh, you think someone could be revolutionary inside that university? Could they continue
It's almost
to exist?
impossible.
Okay.
Like they told, you know, I was in a so-called debate about Booker T. Washington and Du Bois, which really, but they told me, look, Doc, don't bring up the Jews.
Don't bring up the Jews? Because you might be called anti-Semitic?
Well, because they said they got jobs to keep.
Absolutely.
But they acknowledge what I always knew, that the Jews run the University of Pennsylvania, that the Jews run black people at the University of Pennsylvania. And that that's all I want to say, but.
Well, I wanted to, I guess, respond to the initial questions and then also respond to the initial setup for this section of the conversation, because I think along with the guiding 100th idea, Black Reconstruction is really a study of both democracy and civilization, in the sense that for Du Bois, when he's talking about democracy, and this is why it's so offensive, I think, for a lot of us, that people, I guess, repeat the idea that Du Bois was elitist, because throughout the entirety of this like huge volume, he's talking about democracy as what he calls the rule of all by all. Like literally the rule of the people by the people. And that also, because he's responding to the claims of the South and ultimately of the white elite, who are saying that black people are not worthy of civilization and are in fact a danger and a threat to civilization, as they see it. Du Bois's idea is that no, civilization is actually defined by the broadest mass of the people. And in that sense, that goes against also the European concept of, oh, civilization only belongs to the upper echelon of those who are cultured, of those who are educated, and all that. But like his whole argument in this book and throughout his life is that no, it's the people, the broadest base of the people, who define what civilization is. And I think that that's also partially why, like, to get back to Beckert, so much of what I think for all of us, we kind of agreed that the last third of the book, which is when he enters the 20th century, feels so, not just inadequate, but it's like, it feels like it's not like even he's like unconsciously missing things, but I think he's making conscious choices to avoid certain things. One of which is war. What did these wars that are throughout the 20th century, what do they actually mean? And instead he kind of just casts them as like footnotes, or like only important insofar as, let's say, the Vietnam War pushed the United States to go off the gold standard. Like that's really the only place he talks about Vietnam War. Or if he talks about, let's say, the 1973 oil crisis, and he's like, oh, this happened because of the Yom Kippur War, in which the Arab states were basically mounting a protest against the West for supporting Israel. But like that's the entirety of it. And it's like, I guess to go back to our earlier part of the conversation, what we're establishing and trying to argue is that with the United States, first of all, constituting itself, consolidating itself as a white supremacist state, in which it's not just about like protecting, like Beckert would say, it's not just about protecting the rights of capital, but protecting white people, protecting whiteness. I think what we're saying is that because the US becomes the power on the world stage, in which Du Bois is saying, it's carrying that ideology to the rest of the world. And therefore that structure is basically like the way that the world is structured. But I think, like, I guess we would see the great battles and the struggles of the 20th century, the civil rights movement and black freedom movement, the world anti-colonial struggles as a response to that ideology and that agenda of the American state and other states, but primarily the American state, which is waged and imposed upon the people of the world. And I think that that's like, I don't know, that's why it's so bizarre, like, because when he has that chapter on what he calls insurgents, which is about, essentially, like, that's his study of the anti-colonial movement. His protagonists are the kind of bourgeoisie, the kind of blossoming bourgeoisie of the Indian anti-colonial struggle. But it's like, yes, you can choose to make that choice of seeing them as the protagonists of the Indian anti-colonial struggle, but it's like, the whole thing is staring you in the face of like, no, like, this is an entire civilization of people who have mounted a struggle that has basically been unprecedented in world history. Like, there had never been anything like what became of these world anti-colonial struggles. No, the Russian Revolution was not even a mass movement in that sense.
Right.
And it's like this huge phenomenon that is staring you in the face. It's like you want to basically make the conscious choice to choose the smallest sliver of those who are participating in this movement. And it's like, I don't know, that to me was like what was so bizarre about it, or not just bizarre, but like, yeah, kind of offensive, because you can tell he's not just making, it's not just that his epistemology can't see it, but I feel like he is increasingly having to make conscious decisions about what he chooses to pay attention to and what he chooses to basically ignore. And I think that is like, yeah, why, I guess that's why I felt so dissatisfied with like the last third of the book. But I just wanted to bring that up because it's like, why we talk about Du Bois as that figure, that thinker who best anticipates and captures what was truly revolutionary about this period of world movements, of democratic movements, which are also in response to like this assault by white civilization.
I think Shumbarto wanted to say something. Shumbarto.
I think that was also going to say something. You can go ahead. I'll say after.
Okay, I just wanted to add to what Jeremiah was saying because I was thinking about Nori's initial framing, and Beckert really sees, I think, the anti-colonial struggles as the struggle of domestic capitalists over the basically modes of production. And it's just, I think Jeremiah is right. It's really an insulting way to see the anti-colonial struggles because there is this great upsurge, democratic upsurge, which defines them. And if anything, I mean, I would say the capitalist class aligned with the democratic upsurge to make movements of an entire people and movements really of civilization. Movements that sought to remake and renew civilization in the face of white supremacy. And I think that, Doc, what you were saying initially about, the ruling elite among the third world nations, especially after the counter-revolutionary period in the 70s and 80s. But even before, I think there was a section, like in India, we see a section of the ruling, a lot of people who came out of the freedom struggle, by the way, but then were seduced, basically, by the Western world. And so when Indira Gandhi, for example, makes the Indo-Soviet Friendship Treaty and, basically drives the non-aligned movement towards the Soviet Union, they are against the Soviet Union wanting to ally with America and Israel. And, that's it's almost like the ideological lines become clear in that time.
And one side, the Indira Gandhi side, is aligning with that democratic upsurge, and the other side is really siding with the forces of white supremacy. And I think this is why, there was that series of assassinations. Because you had to, I mean, it's not capitalism remaking itself. You have to have something like the CIA to demolish the instruments of democracy. Because third world states, the states that were established as a result of the anti-colonial movements, were instruments of democracy. The Indian state is the only instrument that the Indian people have, which they have democratic control over. They don't have democratic control over corporations, they have it over their state. And so this, I think people over the world have not realized the assassinations. Assassination of Indira Gandhi, assassination of Mujibur Rahman, assassination of Salvador Allende. Why? Because that democratic upsurge that fought back against this, coalition of capital and white supremacy. I think there is the imprint of civilization on that. And yeah, that's what to what Noori was saying in the beginning in her framing.
Yeah.
Right. I wanted to say before, a bit about the part of the discussion when we were talking about revolution and, counter-revolution. And I was really going back to where Noori started off today by, talking about why we're doing this and at a time of the crisis of knowledge. And I think, something that this book really confounds is, the way revolution is talked about, and as we were talking about it today, it really makes me ask the question that what is the criteria of a revolution? And I think this is where the question of do we see the counter-revolution of property as Du Bois sees it as another part of the revolution within the permanent revolutionary structure of capitalism? That's sort of what I take Beckert's argument to be. And the reason I say that, the question it brings to the table is what is the criteria of a revolution, is because I think we have such criteria coming out of the freedom struggles of the last century. And I think, I think a criteria of a revolution is the creation of higher ideals for all humanity. And I think this is why when we talk about knowledge and the crisis of knowledge, I think we are looking at a time where knowledge has been honed to be a very sophisticated tool, also of white supremacy. And the reason we talk about the reason we talk about how does a revolutionary see knowledge is because we see knowledge as a way to create these ideals and to change the world. And I think this is why when we talk about the very questions that Beckert brings up, and the question that we are dealing with today about how do we see the nature of the state that comes about after the 19th century and the anti-colonial movements and so on. And I think the question that Emily asked at some point in the earlier part of the discussion, why does the US want war? I think when we face these questions, the way we answer it depends on our relationship to knowledge. And if we say that our relationship to knowledge, the way we see knowledge is liberatory, then the question has to be asked, does seeing the state as merely furthering the logic of capitalism, is that what makes us see our agency in history? Or is it the question of civilization? And I think this is why, when we talk about the civilizational question, when we talk about the question of personal whiteness, we talk about it because it brings to the fore the possibility of that change. It brings to the fore that agency of change to humanity, to human beings. And I think this is why when we talk about the logic of capitalism or a civilization, it's not an academic question, but it's a question that we can only answer on the grounds of, what is the point of answering this question? Is it to liberate humanity, or is it to settle academic doubts? And yeah, I just wanted to mention that, regarding the last part.
Can I just add one more thing before we move on? I mean, just, on the question of the boys, I mean, if you just look at his body of work, on the one hand, he's doing Black reconstruction in America, rooted in the Black tradition, Black people as human beings, as workers, as agents of historical change. And then on the other hand, he's studying the anti-colonial struggles. He's studying Africa, he's studying India, he knows the poetry of Rabindranath Tagore, he knows Gandhi, he talks to all of them, he visits China. I mean, this is a man who, I think saw the entirety of human consciousness in its development. And that just, epistemologically, it just puts you in a whole different place than if you look at the world from a systems perspective. He's looking at the democratic upsurge in consciousness, and then all of these systems theory people are talking about systems imposed from above. Okay, you can have systems imposed from above, but ordinary human beings have to deal with those systems. And so what, how do they think about it? What do they do about it? Ever thought about that? So, yeah.
Yeah, I also, I just wanted to add, I feel like we're getting into this direction of, the significance of Du Bois's science and the fact that, unlike Beckert, Du Bois emphasizes the importance of science and knowledge so much. It's not merely about economics with the knowledge that is produced and the ways in which knowledge is used by different forces. And first, as Namta was saying, looking back at Black Reconstruction, it is important, I think, to remember that when he writes it in 1935, the Indian freedom struggle is very strong, and he's very closely following it. He's very closely following what's happening in the Soviet Union. He's very closely following what's happening in China. And it's only, it's only a few decades after the overthrow of Reconstruction that he's even conducting this study. And for Du Bois, he's emphasizing knowledge so much because he sees that the way in which the white supremacist social system has consolidated itself has been to have this, use history to attack the promise of Black Reconstruction and the strivings of the Black worker. And so he's engaging in this moment of anti-colonial struggle to try to revive that history, to move forward this great world struggle for democracy. In fact, the reconstruction of democracy, we can say. There's the Black Reconstruction of this early period, and that's of the 1860s and 70s, and that's a forerunner to this continuation in some ways of a struggle to reconstruct democracy on a global scale. And it is very significant when you look in the book, like the way he talked about a person like Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass is basically an organic, revolutionary intellectual who comes up from slavery. It's illegal for him to learn to read, but he learns to read, and every day he's confronting this reality of a nation that claims the legacy of the American Revolution, but that is enslaving his people. And so he's this brilliant figure who lives to see the end of slavery, but also lives to see Reconstruction and its betrayal. But in a lot of ways, he's a forerunner of these great anti-colonial figures that will then emerge after his death, figures like Gandhi or Mao or Tagore and so on. And then Du Bois himself, the fact that this guiding 100th of the Black community does not abandon the promise of Reconstruction even when it is defeated. A person like Du Bois himself, who starts at Fisk, I think less than a decade after the overthrow of Reconstruction, is still committed to that project and still committed to the knowledge connected with that project. And so Beckert, as we're discussing, kind of misses the boat on that, the significance of Reconstruction. And obviously he himself is working within the framework of this white imperialist science. And lastly, I think the other thing, obviously the last chapter cannot explain, and Nanta also alluded to this, is the rise of this deep state apparatus in the United States. That also doesn't really fit in very neatly into this framework of global capitalism. Because first, from what I've been able to understand, the CIA itself is one of the biggest businesses. They control funds, business, they're deeply tied to big tech. So is the Mossad and the IDF and so on. But also, it completely violates all the principles of the free market. There is no free market. There is no longer even any kind of democracy that existed before that. And they operate through the physical assassinations of people, but then the intellectual and ideological assassinations of people and the projects that they represent. And so that is another reason why we turn to Du Boisian science to combat that kind of intellectual and epistemological violence that institutions like the CIA and the West continue to perpetrate to consolidate their rule.
Right. Well, the idea that you can just kill someone and that's the end of it, or you can end something, take it by force, and that's the end of it. And I think Beckert would kind of agree it is the end of it, but we would say it's not the end of it, as long as people remember these people are still alive, this is still a possibility. And I just do think it's interesting that Beckert does have these little moments of self-awareness. Like he even says, the whole institution of history writing comes up in the era of industrial capitalism, and it's Europe's, telling the story about its own, greatness, and why it's Europe that takes the place in the world history. It ignores humanity. But then, but look, what I'm doing is different. I'm saying it's not Eurocentric. Capitalism had many places it could have emerged, and now even it's still emerging. But I think even that is, like we were saying, that is the Eurocentrism, because it's not seeing people. Humanity is already moving on to something different. And I'm with everybody that the Insurgents chapter is pretty atrocious. Part of it is also because of who he's citing. Like Vivek Chibber. I mean, if history writing is dominated by Trotskyites, who see labor in a very narrow way, and they can't really see the movement of history, the way on the terms that the people themselves see it. So, I mean, that's part of it. But it goes back to the whole thing of history writing as part of the state, or having the state character. And Beckert too is part of the state. He's at Harvard University. And so is abolition school. It's also part of, agent provocateur, getting people to go towards a certain theory of history that invalidates the struggle of the state and devalues it. And but what we're trying to do is something different, with a different understanding of the state and a different understanding of the masses and where the truth and history lies. There's just so much more, but.
No, I got distracted by Trotskyism because, well, the reason why it's hard to know even where to start is because Beckert the landscape that he's starting on, I find just so difficult to engage in. Yeah. And okay, here's an example, because I'm really trying not to do this thing I always do, which is I'm just not going to engage with Beckert at all because he's annoying, he's a Beckert. I'm trying to take science seriously, but that's hard for me when I know who the scientist is. And then it's also 1,200 pages. And then I'm I just can't feasibly get through 1,200 pages. So I was skimming. But I mean, even kind of what Nanata was saying, where you already have someone like Du Bois who, even in The World in Africa, is explaining to you that the big rupture point in human history is the transatlantic slave trade. Because with the transatlantic slave trade, it's not just about the sheer number of people who were forcefully taken from Africa and brought to America, but even that from the transatlantic slave trade, the conception, the systematically upheld conception of white supremacy, that a small group of people are superior to the masses of other people just based upon an idea of white supremacy. That's where it comes from. I mean, that shapes the whole world. And so, I don't know, it was really hard for me to try to engage with Beckert when you have because, okay, for example, there's no other theory that explains, for example, why the Bandung Conference was so revolutionary in 1955, except through Du Bois, for example. Because if you go through even an understanding of the world shaped by capitalism, well, all the nations at the Bandung Conference were not communistic, for example. And actually, if you look at the Bandung program, the whole point is that we who believe in self-governance, we who believe that we in this nation should be allowed to, with our hands, hold the powers of economy, politics, culture, to determine for ourselves our own future. I mean, that is very different than saying the way that, let's say, the left today would be like, we're pro-China because they're communistic, but we don't support, like, Gandhi because Gandhi was not pro-communism, or we support Fidel in Cuba because it's communistic, but we don't think that the Indian freedom struggle or Martin Luther King Jr. were revolutionary because Martin Luther King was just naive and he wasn't interrogating capitalism enough or whatever. Like, it doesn't make sense. And I just think the Bandung conference, I think the thing that people don't pay a lot of attention to is, like, the whole point of the Bandung conference is, like, especially when you read the speeches of someone like Sukarno, the first president of free Indonesia, or even the presiding leader of the Bandung conference, who is also the prime minister of Indonesia, you get the sense that them pushing so hard for peace is not because they're like naive pacifists, but because they're basically putting on the table that there's an ideological line, a line of we're either with white supremacy or we're going to fight for coexistence, which is, to believe in coexistence is the belief that human beings should be able to live on this earth and respect one another, that man should know man, that man should not fear man, but that man should know man. And it's actually Du Bois, when you read his memorandum on the Bandung Conference, he has such an interesting history of humanity where he says, going even back to ancient civilizations, like this is the first part of capitalism, Beckert's book on capitalism, where even if you go to like, whatever, when Jesus was born and then like the 5,000 years after Christ, that actually Asia and Africa, Beckert acknowledges this, Asia and Africa are very tightly linked, even through trade, through human beings knowing each other, through the exchange of ideas. Like, that's why Dark Princess is about, okay, I won't go Dark Princess. That's why, like, Andromeda in Worlds in Africa, this chapter where Du Bois has this metaphor of Asia and Africa were together very close. And that the lie, and that part of white supremacy's project is to make you not know the history, to make you believe that white people in Europe was the mediator, is kind of like this mediator, whether you want to say through capitalism or this mediator in geography, this mediator in geopolitics. Or the liberators of Asia and Africa. Because like the whole point is, Du Bois says in his memorandum on Bandung, he makes this whole point where the transatlantic slave trade, what it does is that is actually the breaking point of Asia and Africa. Because what it does is, because of slavery, both it puts the continent of Africa and black people in America, and it inserts Europe and white people as a mediator of Africa, like as the main group of people in contact with Africans. And then at the same time, it presents an opportunity to push Asians towards Europe as well. So it's a breaking, the transatlantic slave trade is a breaking of Asia and Africa. And then like, I forget the other point I was gonna make. But anyways, the point is, I don't feel like, I just think like, cause okay, even this thing of, I guess another logical thing about the whole idea that capitalism is like an over-determining force or very important determining force is, even in China, for example, and this is going especially off of Nandita's point that the state is the only democratic institution in the hands of the people, more important than like the capitalism or the capitalistic processes itself, like it's putting itself on the people. In that, even take China, for example. This is where Beckert really gets China wrong in particular. Beckert's whole thing is he's like, China is an example of how innovative capitalism is, because like China is, even in China, like capitalism is doing its thing or whatever. But the point is that actually, even if you take the markets, the way the markets operate in China, that is not because capitalism or the capitalist markets or the market economy, it has a life of its own in China. It is a highly planned economy by the democratic state of China on behalf of the Chinese people. Like that is why China has rapidly grown so much in particular ways, even economically. It is because the Chinese people, the Chinese Communist Party, on behalf of the Chinese people, have wielded all the different tools it can on behalf of alleviating poverty, on behalf of Chinese people having enough, like going from literally feudalism to what you see today, where everyone is like now, everyone's on Team China, when 10 years ago you weren't on Team China. And yeah, so anyways, I just wanted to make the point. And also, okay, you could argue, Beckert argues, I think he even says this, where the chapters I read at least, he says like in China you have there's more billionaires and millionaires in China than America, or like whatever. But actually, because the Chinese people have control of the state, actually, it doesn't matter how many billionaires and millionaires you have in China, they don't have ultimate power. They are not serving a global system of capitalism. They are still being controlled and monitored. They're part of this democratic system in China. And I'll give you an example. Jack Ma of Alibaba, like he, China took him down with the quickness, and he's now an opera singer. Like he's now like he's not a CEO of Alibaba anymore. He's like he's an opera singer. So it doesn't matter how much. He's actually pretty popular. But like I saw him on like the TV when I was visiting my grandfather. But anyway, so I guess those are my few cents I just wanted to throw in.
No, I wanted to say something. Or are we? Oh, okay. Like, I think back to the emotions that people are feeling of Beckert kind of being an insult in some ways to the anti-colonial struggles and then the Black freedom movement in America. The way it's in understanding today even, because I think many of us have talked about, for example, in Iran, or how Iran sees the killing of its children, or how in China, like the child is such, you can see that the child is so protected based on how there are institutions or places or public spaces for even children to just run around and be children. And that is so different from what you see in America, which is that the child is constantly having to be protected from society. And the reason why I bring that up is like, how do you explain, for example, a civilization and a state that loves its children? Like, do you see that as something civilizational, or do you see that as something capitalist? In the ways that, what I mean is, does a state or a civilization protect its children for capitalist modes of production? Or is that thinking explained by what Beckert is talking about in global capitalism? And because that's sort of the way it's taken to extreme, the how we treat children is based on this capitalist mode of development. And I think that's just one piece, but what's common to Du Bois and King and is what we've been discussing throughout today, but also them as agents for peace. Like, I think what Nanato is saying, as Du Bois in his time, seeing Russia, seeing China, seeing India, so forth, but also in King as well, where they are, or he is constantly talking about the urgency for peace and the urgency for people to know one another and to build a new world. And the reason why I say that is because also with both King and Du Bois, it's not just that, it's both that they are representatives of Black civilization in America, but that in Black civilization, there's always been that component of seeing the world's people as well. And that's particularly relevant in this time too, or one, it helps us to make sense of Bandung. These nations or these people that are newly freed and are trying to find a framework outside of white supremacy and are for the first time, or having been divided for so long and not knowing one another. I think these nations are coming out to know, like, for example, India and China and Vietnam and Afghanistan and Cambodia and Indonesia, like all these people that were kept separate are for the first time coming together to know one another and also build or try to understand what a new world that is not dictated by white supremacy, that is not dictated by war, that is not dictated by the oppression of the masses of people can look like. And I think we refer to Bandung too, and how it is something like Bandung of Asia and Africa is so tied up with King and Du Bois because it also helps to explain today. Like I think today is a qualitatively new development from that period of time where I think the world's people, both in America, I think there are questions of like, or we have established that Americans are also not where they were at in the 60s or 70s. There has been a qualitative change among the American people to not wage war. But I think something similar is happening in the world, which is that nations are coming to realize that there is a white supremacist system. I think the world is coming closer to the conclusion of humanity that there is a white supremacist system and there must be a new system to come. And I think that's so whether it is the rise of China, whether it is the rise of Asia and Africa in coming to see that a new relations among people need to be built, and for man to know man as well. Like I think even something as simple as like Russia and China, I think recently, like the pass, I forget where it is, like it's on the border of Russia and China, and visas were opened up for Russians to come into China, or like visa-free for Russians to come into China, because it's not just a matter of the state or state politics, but actually for the people themselves to know one another. And I mean, I think part of it is also some like economic dimension to it, and that's not to say that that's not important, but I don't think I think the project is larger than just human relations as being defined by the economics or the material, but actually the exchange of ideas and the exchange also of a new democratic, or a vision for a new democratic struggle.
Well, I also just don't think it's coincidental that so much of the thought that comes from the 20th century, from both the Black freedom movement and from Asia and Africa in particular, like there's a common theme that you get a sense of. Anyone from Sun Yat-sen, the founder of the republic after the Chinese dynasty is taken down, or from Gandhi, or from like King himself when he talks about revolutionary values, or from Jimmy Boggs and Gracie Boggs coming out of the Detroit auto worker movement, that you get this common refrain of that man has achieved technology, or there has been an age of technical man, but man has not yet, in Gracie Boggs' term, she would say, man is very weak politically, or that man has not achieved morally or ethically what he has achieved technically. And I feel like you just get that common refrain, or like, for example, Sun Yat-sen would say that it's time for the rule of right to outweigh the rule of might. And you just get the sense that the 20th century, in terms of, you take that body of thought very seriously, and I think this is something Du Bois synthesizes in his own writing. You get the sense that it's people arguing that there's something both civilizational, anciently civilizational, but we're bringing it to the modern time of man, that capitalism, that man, it's time for man to assert himself over certain forces that have been assumed to assert themselves over man. And I don't know, I just wanted to raise that because it was something I was thinking a lot about, especially thinking about how in some ways I do think nonviolence is something that is distinctly coming out of the 20th century in particular, in terms of practice.
I was thinking about how Jahan had said that Du Bois always insists that there was another possibility.
Right.
And that possibility was no less right just because it was suppressed by brute force. And I was thinking about how King was saying like truth crushed to ground will always rise, like justice deferred, it will still come. And I think that it's true that Du Bois was like basically laying the theoretical groundwork of this is what the struggle meant, and ultimately someday people will pick it up again. And I think that is what King is doing, where like even in 1957, King sees Bandung and he says, you know what those people are saying? They're saying racism and colonialism must go. Like if they're saying that, like that means something for us too, like our struggle. And then he gives so much credit to Du Bois, where he says, Negroes have heavy tasks, we were heavily liberated, we were partially liberated and then re-enslaved. And he says, we have to fight again on old battlegrounds, but our confidence is greater, our vision is clearer, and our ultimate victory is sure because of the contributions of somebody like Du Bois, who in the time of his life, he says in the years that he lived and fought, there was so much more justification for frustration and hopelessness, and yet his faith never wavered. And I feel like part of that faith is in the faith of man, the faith of man in actually exchanging ideas, in knowing the truth, that ultimately like the propaganda of history like can be overcome. And yeah, I think that Bandung like does take that up, where even when Du Bois says that the biggest problem, the greatest tragedy is that men know so little of men. And like what you're saying, Emily, that white supremacy interrupts the natural potential relationship between Asia and Africa. And Sukarno actually says, like, this is a new departure in the history of the world, that leaders of Asian and African peoples can meet together again. He was like, 30 years ago, we had to meet in Brussels. Why were we meeting in Brussels? And he says, it's because we did not, like, today we don't have to go to other continents to confer. And yeah, like, he even says, like, part of the point of meeting is a conference of brotherhood. And we're neighbors, we have common experience, common religion, common cultural roots, similar economic problems. We hold dear the ideals of national independence and freedom. He says, yes, we have so much in common, and yet we know so little of each other. If this conference succeeds in making the peoples of the East appreciate each other a little more, understand each other more, sympathize with each other's problems a little more, then this conference will obviously have been worthwhile. But he says, but we don't settle at that. We hope that we can do more than understanding, that through understanding and unity, we can lead to prosperity, freedom, and peace, and actually give guidance to mankind. Guidance for something like a force that's greater than just like capitalism or white supremacy. And that, yeah, like first seek understanding, and then through that appreciation, out of appreciation, collective action. And I think he does basically point towards nonviolence as the solution to that. Yeah, and I just think that even this theory of democracy is important because it's not anarchistic democracy where every individual person just speaks, but even this question of like leadership. What is the appropriate role of leadership? Where Du Bois like says that there needs to be a talented tenth, but an unselfish leadership. And King, even in 1957, is saying that we need a time for sane leadership. We need leaders who are not in love with publicity, but in love with humanity. Leaders who can subject their egos to the greatness of the cause. He says that's the need all over the nation. And I think that part of the mistake, that like, the great mistake that Beckert makes is that he sees the capital owners as not leaders of the people or part of the people, but inherently as a separate class. And he can't see any possibility for principled leadership. And I think that that's what Du Bois was even pointing to in The Dictatorship of the Black Proletariat. That out of this mass of people who are largely uneducated, still there's the possibility for leadership to rise.
Can I just make one point related to that, which is also even going back to like a much earlier point that Nandita made of Du Bois going around the world and seeing humanity, like seeing India and China. I guess I want to suggest maybe a way of appropriating Beckert in a way that he would not agree with, but because Beckert in many ways follows in the tradition of what was genuinely, I think, innovative about Marxism even to begin with, which is an attempt to grasp how the world has become connected, which I think has always been one of the what was like so fresh and new about Marx, and then especially Lenin, because they were trying to grasp what is the nature of the interconnectedness of the world and how does that drive history forward through contradiction. But I guess in particular Beckert's, what we I think generally agree with his contribution in the first half of the book is what he calls the great connecting. Of the great connecting of these early forms of merchant capital, which he argues creates the groundwork and creates the initial conditions for the takeoff of capitalism, which is the Industrial Revolution. And I guess I want to appropriate that to say maybe what we are looking at, especially in the 20th century, is a different great connecting, a great connecting of consciousness, which is made through these links of, let's say, a Du Bois, or a James Lawson going to India, or even Gandhi going to South Africa. And all of these links that are created of what we call man knowing man, but that creates the conditions for this upsurge of this world revolutionary movement that then comes into fruition in the 20th century. Because I think one of the questions that we put on the table is, why is it that a revolutionary movement emerged in the United States in a period of relative economic prosperity of the civil rights movement? And I think what people like Lawson would argue and what King would argue is that in many ways it's not just them, but what black people are motivated by is seeing this world freedom movement. And that is in many ways, that it's a response not just to the internal situation within the United States, but it's a response to what they're seeing of a world freedom movement. And that is what you would call an initial condition for this revolutionary movement that emerges in the United States. But I think, I don't know, I just think that like Beckert's idea of like a great connecting is like, it's actually very, like, for me it's very refreshing in a way, because like, not exactly in the way that he talks about, but for us, we would see also like these links being formed, and then they come into like crystallization with a figure like King or the Bandung movement, which is the full realization of like a true interconnecting of the consciousness of the world's people, and especially of darker humanity.
Can I ask a question though?
Yeah.
Okay, because I get Becker's thesis that like the world was connected through trade and stuff, but like my thing is that I feel like Europe, it might have connected, maybe Europe, like it was like really good for Europe, like Europe was kind of doing its own thing, Anglo-Saxons and like Vikings and whatnot. They were introduced to the world through trade and mercantilism, Marco Polo, whatnot. But even before what Beckert calls the Great Connecting, Asia and Africa already had deep connections. So like Asia and Africa were already deeply connected. It was the Great Connecting that Beckert is proposing through this emerging capitalism only brings Europe to Asia and Africa.
But it's not the Great Connecting that leads to the Great Leap Forward. You know, the Great Connecting is then contradicted by the enclosure and the development of the nation state. So just to talk about the Great Connecting, you had the Great Connecting, then you had the rupture of the Great Connecting in order to facilitate the Great Leap Forward. In other words, the evolution to the nation state is what then makes capitalism as a world system possible, not the mercantilism or the trading system. It is the development of a nation state, and that comes in the early 19th century, after the bourgeois revolutions in Europe and such. So I think we,
okay, that's helpful.
that's, I don't know whether you would agree with me about that. See, because he taught that chapter, The Great Leap Forward, everything becomes capitalism as we know it becomes possible beginning in the early 1800s, the first industrial revolution, which is coterminous with the development of the nation state, which is not the first state form, but the first state form under conditions of the rule of what he would call a vanguard class, the capitalist class.
I guess what I'm trying
and
to...
so therefore a great leap forward. I would like to underline that. And without this great leap forward, you do not get a world capitalist system, an underlining world capitalist system. It is almost contradictory movements. Enclosure, nation states, and a world system.
Right. Yeah. I guess the main point that I was trying to make was more of like a metaphorical one with, I do think that Beckert, part of his argument is that you need the creation of those new connections in order to create some of the initial conditions
I hear what you're saying.
for,
Yes,
let's say, like the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah.
Like you need that interconnectedness of like what was initially merchant capital and then like the...
Okay, can I just say this? Yes.
I don't want to lose my point.
This early accumulation of capital
Yes.
from the mercantile, now even that needs more specificity.
Sure.
Yeah, but I hear what you're saying, but the mercantile system, which is also founded ultimately upon the transatlantic slave trade.
Right.
Which produces all this capital and what we call the primitive or primary accumulation of capital, which is largely or almost exclusively accumulated in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
Not in Africa, not in Asia, but in Europe and in a particular set of European countries, first Britain.
Right, because I guess the point I'm trying to make is even less about that period of history and more so as like a metaphor for what we're trying to understand, which is the freedom movements and revolutionary movements of the 20th century, which is that if even taking your argument and proposal that the transatlantic slave trade, the consolidation of white civilization, constitutes a breaking of the natural link between Africa and Asia, in which white supremacy positions itself as
he acknowledges
as the intermediary between the rest of the world. I guess the only point I was trying to make is that part of what creates the initial conditions, if we're going to use that term, the initial conditions for this new revolutionary upsurge in the 20th century is the refashioning of new connections between humanity, and it's like the representatives of that are people like Du Bois, Robeson, like King, Lawson, who actually like literally were trying to know and going into basically like the rest of darker humanity, and like that creates like the part of the motivation for what becomes even the revolutionary movement in the United States.
I was gonna say something, but now I
go ahead.
This is definitely something I'm interested in exploring this more, but I just wanted to kind of piggyback off of like what Emily you were saying about the 20th century being marked by a movement of like just this very common line of thinking that you could see across someone like Sun Yat-sen, but you could also see, of course, through like Gandhi, but also that starts with Du Bois, and I feel like I was really actually inspired by our conversation around Bandung and the non-aligned movement in a little bit of that spirit of like the world's peoples are coming to know one another actually without the mediation of Europe, and actually after World War II and in the wake of these anti-colonial movements, like their first thing to do there were many things on that list to do once you gain independence or in the struggle for independence. One was, achieve some sort of like economic, sovereignty from a system that would have enslaved or exploited them for centuries. But also the second thing they wanted to do was to know one another, to create these conferences where they could explore these human and very immediate and pressing questions with one another, knowing that, across Asia, across Africa, across the darker peoples, there were all these questions. And the idea there was not just that they were seeking, I think this is what is opposite to, or I think more nuanced than how Beckert is putting it, which is that in that period, it was this, he cast the protagonists as we've established, like these economic elites of these recently colonized, recently liberated countries, but instead actually, I would say that it's very clear that many of them were asking themselves, like basically what the objective of all of this development, the objective of all of this industry, the objective of all of this is not just to free these productive forces again, but it's the human being, all of these human beings that like have confronted illiteracy, hunger, poverty, and illness. And I think that just to get actually into what I wanted to say, I feel like the speech that actually I've been really inspired by, and I think in the spirit or in the tradition of the Bandung Conference, but also even the non-aligned movement, is the speech by Fidel Castro in front of the UN in 1979, where he is talking about, in the wake of an energy crisis, but also in the wake of basically like 25 years after the Bandung Conference, there's still a lot to be done. There's still the need for peace and coexistence for the world. But I think he says something that I think, not just in this line of like seeking, like say, you know, he does talk about the, like what the disastrous consequences of the capitalist world order is upon all of these developing nations, but he doesn't just end it there. He says that actually the objective of all this agriculture, all this industrialization, there's only two aspects of development. Mainly, development involves attention to human beings who should be the protagonist and goal in all development efforts. And I thought that that was really interesting because, he begins to actually push back on even the UN order and says, you guys speak so much about human rights, but what about the rights of mankind? Why should some people go barefoot so others ride in expensive cars? Why should some only live 20 or 35 years so that others may live 70? Why should some be so miserably poor so that others may be exaggeratedly rich? I speak on behalf of the world's children who do not even have a piece of bread. I speak on behalf of the sick who have no medicine, and I speak on behalf of those who have been denied the dignity the right to life and human dignity. And enough of words, enough of abstraction. We need concrete action, enough speaking about a speculative new international economic order, which nobody understands. We need to create a real and objective order in which everybody understands. And I've come here to speak of peace and cooperation among the peoples, and I have come to warn that if we do not eliminate our present injustices and inequalities peacefully and wisely, the future will be apocalyptic. And let us say farewell to arms, and let us dedicate ourselves in a civilized manner to the most pressing problems of our times. This is the responsibility and most sacred duty of all the people's statements, or the world's statesmen. Moreover, it is the basic premise for human survival. And I just wanted to quote all of that because I think that, he started with this idea of revolutionizing human relationships on the global scale. And actually that you would think that Fidel would be advocating for, say, the alternate to civilized, or like a capitalist logic, a Marxist logic, but instead I think it's so squarely centered on the human being and the human being's development. And I think that's the spirit that I feel like I'm trying to better understand.
Kathy, just tease that out, the human being versus the logic of a system.
Well,
because I think that's very important.
Yeah, because it would be one thing to, and he does spend a lot of time talking about like how would we, there are very important questions to solve around poverty, around the uplift of human beings, around, questions of development basically, but to never lose sight of what all these systems, and to try to actually harness all of this for, not just for profit or for the accumulation of wealth, but to actually reorient or center the human being in all of this, I think is really important when the questions are so existential basically for the world's darker peoples. I think that is why I think it's not so much that, and I might not be explaining this well, but I do think that's why he focuses so much on like why is so much of the world's, why is there so much of a race to arm and nuclear arms? Like, isn't that such a wasteful use of human potential, not just like of economic or material resources? But I just wanted to add all that because I do think that there is something that I think we're trying to understand. And
no, finish.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is what we're trying to investigate in terms of this new movement of world thought. Yeah, that Du Bois initiates, and that I think you can see the connections in the 20th century with these great leaders that I think have this incredible mandate from their people to actually solve these problems, to actually think of and bring to the world stage and change the world in recentering, I think, the human being in all of this.
Well, the point that I was still thinking a lot about is when you had initially brought up teleology, and then Raju and Jahan had also responded to it. And I think Raju, having made this point that the most mainstream social theory of Europe falls within the trap of teleology oftentimes, versus like nonviolence being non-teleological in essence, in that the ends do not justify the means. But the reason it has stuck with me is because I was thinking about why it's so difficult for Beckert to escape this Fukuyama end of history assertion, and I think it was really clarifying when you had talked about just how great of an error it is to not see Reconstruction as not just an interruption to the logic of capitalism, but to not see it as a counter-revolution. And for me, that was a way to understand, in essence, what really constitutes that new world movement of thought, that new logic that Du Bois establishes through a careful 35-year-long scientific studying of the project of Reconstruction. And I wanted to kind of situate a lot of what I've been processing from the last hour of the conversation around that, because it was even helping me, for example, understand some assertions by, let's say, James Lawson, who is important because of his continuous study of the Black freedom movement and nonviolent resistance as a science or a logic of revolution or the revolutionary process into the 21st century. For example, I don't remember if it was his interview with us or in a different interview, but he would make that assertion that, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, that human beings have only exercised up to 20% of what is actually within the capacity of the will or the consciousness of the human being. And I think us tracing this continuous new logic or new worldview that emerges with Du Bois's assertion of Reconstruction even helps me understand first King as a scientist and then Lawson as a scientist in making these very new claims about what man is truly capable of achieving and what the mandate for man in the 20th and the 21st century is. Because, for example, when we're talking about how the white supremacist social system consolidated as a world system of imperialism alongside capital in the 20th century, I think what we've also been talking about is how the 20th century is also the discovery of civilization as an antidote against this white supremacist system. And it's a little bit difficult for me to put all of these pieces together, but I guess I'm trying to say also that, I think it's a little difficult for me to complete this point right now, but someone else should continue.
No.
I'll build on it.
Michelle,
Go ahead.
I think you were developing around this idea of the untapped potentiality of humanity.
Well, what I'm
Lawson,
right.
and I think that.
Well, I'm trying to say, what is Du Bois really asserting at the start of the 20th century? And I think when we're describing, for example, that the Indian freedom movement builds for example, looks to the fulfillment of its promises of nonviolent strategy in the Black freedom movement, but also that Du Bois looking to Africa and Asia for something that can explain this new vision of democracy as one that unites the Black worker with the world worker, really having this vision of a world democracy What was the point that you were making
See,
again?
I think that
No,
James lost,
yeah.
James
Well,
lost some point.
I'm trying to say that
This is very
Du
important.
Bois's assertion
Yes.
that the 20th century and the 21st century
Yes.
is essentially going to be one of a great ideal of world democracy or an unfulfilled promise of democracy that makes it so essential to see the defeat of Reconstruction as a counter-revolution on this great project that humanity at this point was ready to embark on the basis of the scientific evidence of Reconstruction that show what the political and the moral and the intellectual capacity of man himself was. And so I think even, for example, categories like that of intercivilizational unity become very important in this context because not just man knowing himself, but man knowing man in the context of a separate civilization or a separate historic process. That coming together is exactly what would negate how white supremacy has become a global system today, or how capitalism and white supremacy have come into alliance as a world system that has suppressed the will of man.
Yes.
It is like difficult for me to put all of this language together, but yeah, I'll keep building on it. But I think just a lot of what had been said was like very clarifying.
Well, I wonder if in this there's also some place for the black gods and well, the black gods study. What does it mean about these urban northern institutions of black theology that were changing even how they understood man? I don't know what to say about it, but I feel like that's
like it was. I think it was the sense that you can't. It was a self-esteem issue, meaning that if you go to a black church and you see an image of Christ and he's a white man, then it goes to your notion that God is not in my own image. It's like if you go to Asia, you see a statue of the Buddha looks like a Chinese person. And so it was this notion that I'm praying to something that is not like me. And then it says in the New Testament, Jesus said that the kingdom of God is something that has to be within you. So if people look at themselves and they say, I'm black and I don't see God within me, then I can't have a divine nature. So that's what a lot of the Nation of Islam and some of the other ones like Father Divine and so forth, that's what they were asking about, is the fact that can a black man be in the image of God or of God? Like if I go to my place of worship and I only see white images, then subconsciously I happen to be worshiping white people because of the fact that I see God in their image. But I think that's what that book that was written by Arthur Fawcett, that's what that book is about, is that and these movements came about because segregation was very strong then, and it was, white supremacy was at its height during that time. So people were really segregated among themselves, but within their churches, they still had these images of God as white people. So that's how those movements developed. And then the thing with the Nation of Islam is they were trying to discipline the people that were in the slums and the ghettos, because a lot of them were getting into the vices that were of that day, whether it be gambling or getting incarcerated or involved in drugs and drinking or whatever. And so they were trying to discipline them to get them out of that, because Malcolm X was in that situation where he had been incarcerated for robbery. And so he was reformed by Elijah Muhammad within the Nation of Islam, and he was able to self-educate himself by reading at the library or reading in prison. Even though he didn't have a formal education, he was self-educated. So a lot of the people that were in those movements, that's the situation they were in. But what Du Bois is talking about, the talented tenth, there always was a tenth of people who were educated in the black community, but when they integrated, that talented tenth went out to the suburbs with the other white people, and then you still have this proletariat that's still in the ghetto. And so if they go to another form of segregation within the black community, will this talented tenth help with their financial resources, help the black community more than they did before?
I think where I was going with it, John, was to Michelle's point about some kind of resolution or negation of capitalism and white supremacy as a global system, having to do with man's consciousness. That could that system survive the development of a consciousness that says man is divine?
Absolutely. I would agree with you very, very much about that. And you know, as you and then John were talking, I was going back to Michelle. Remember, as we talked about black gods, we talked about who was man and who was God. Not just who was God, but who was man. And, you know, this great revolutionary movement of people coming out of the South in this first migration, which is not recognized as a revolution of thought, as it should be, you know. But I related very much to James Lawson. How do we tap into that other 80% of what human beings, and in this case, black human beings, are capable of? And, you know, I think just another thing, small thing on Lawson, I always said when he was here, his preoccupation was who was Martin Luther King? Now, this is a man like that with Martin Luther King, but he was still trying to know who King was and what was the civil rights movement. It was so extraordinary now that I think back upon it, because I think he knows, as we know, that for that other 80% of the capacity of black folk to be realized, the vanguard of the American people must know itself as a vanguard. Let me just put that again. For the vanguard to know itself and its capacity. And that is why, you know, we go back, you know, John, to the Nation of Islam, to Father Divine, really is just a magnificent figure. And all of these, quote, religious movements who to unleash that other 80%, the question of who is man and who is God had to be solved for the vanguard, you know. I think, you know, maybe, and it's hard to say, we've come some distance, at least when we see, you know, like Mother Bethel, when we see, for example, St. Thomas's, when we see Mos 12, Mos Miriam, you know, these are fundamental studies. If one is to have any revolutionary optimism and the basis of a revolutionary strategy. Otherwise, you're caught up in the air and just, you know, let everything come, you know what I'm saying? But I think, Blaze, I think this man-God question, I know Alice, you know, talks about man must know man, you know, but man must know himself, especially black men and women. And if, and this is the big if, in this time of uncertainty and unhappiness among the people, all sections of the American people are deeply unhappy. But every part of the American people do not have the capacity to perform or play the same role. And I think we are right, this is Du Boisian, that it is that black proletariat. but it must know itself in this way.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing, we're reading the chapter 5 of Black Reconstruction now, the Coming of the Lord. And when I first read it, I thought what Du Bois was saying is for the freed people, the coming of the Lord was emancipation in a very concrete way. But now I'm realizing actually in that chapter, he's actually mostly talking about the actions of the Black soldiers and the way that they took the reins of history with their own hands. So I'm becoming more and convinced that when he's talking about religion, it's also a theory of history, of mankind, like an awakened mankind grasping the reins of their own history and bringing about the coming of the Lord, in a way becoming divine in themselves, achieving their divine mandate. And so, yeah, it really reminded me of the whole discussion, Blaze's question of where does the Black gods come in, and is it the theory needed to bring mankind into their next stage of history? And even the European Enlightenment, they would even talk about this, but they could never like square the circle, as you said. They would also say, all right, are we coming into a place where, but the actions of men contradicted it. But yeah, and it also goes back to nihilism versus the optimism that's needed to make a revolutionary change.
Yeah, I wanted to agree with what Magna and Doc and Blaze, what you're saying about Father Divine's peace mission is a really moving example, because actually the more you look into them and both their like ideas and practice, the more you feel like they're not, first of all, they don't define themselves as religion. They define themselves as a movement. And secondly, their existence as a group of people so committed to Father Divine and the life and ideas he had, it's like you have to see it as both a critique of white supremacy and a critique, like basically a critique of society constituted by white supremacy. And you could even say, if you wanted to, you could even say a capitalist society. Because everything in their practice, for example, their dedication to beauty of architecture, their dedication to expending so many resources to make beauty concrete in sculpture and shrines and the woodwork of the homes and the properties they have. I mean, all of it is a critique of capitalism and white supremacy at the same time, which kind of raises the question of, are they so inseparable in terms of their history and their existences as, like, quote unquote systems? Like, can they be so separated in a country like America, for example? Because the whole idea of Father Divine's peace mission is to become more and more Christ-like, but what that means concretely is to defeat individualism, an avarice, a greediness, a like decadence that comes from a society that really encourages decadence, encourages every person to believe that your ultimate freedom is a freedom as an individual person, to buy the most, whatever, you could say consumerism, but to just almost like a hungry, like limitless hungry tiger, like just consume everything, no matter the cost on other human lives. And there's something interesting, like when I was rereading Grace Lee Boggs and Jimmy Boggs' Revolution and Evolution, and they had this point where they were like, America is such a unique situation to study, because America in like, especially in the 20th century, becomes this global superpower. But like, I guess there's a certain logic of capitalism, for example, which is that the working class as a whole will agree to go along with capitalism because they're materially getting something in return. Like, that's, I guess, an argument. But that in the 20th century...
Well, that's Beckert's argument, by the way, too.
Okay, also Beckert's
argument.
But that in the 20th century, the American people as a whole, and in particular the white working class, is faced with an existential question of, are you willing to go against that logic? Are you willing to give up something materially in order to gain something as a human being? Like, basically saying that, can you see that your gradual material benefit, especially in the late 20th century, because of like the exporting of jobs in a certain system, that what you're perceiving as your material benefit of cheaper goods, access to more goods, like your relative comfort as a quote unquote middle class, is because of the subjugation of both Black people in your country and darker people around the world. That are you willing to materially give up something for the first time in order to gain something back as a human being? And I just found that that was just such an interesting like framing to me, because to me it did remind me of King. Like that was the whole point of the civil rights movement, the Black freedom movement, is that there's no material, that we are willing to give up certain things materially because we've scientifically and technologically achieved so much, yet achieved very little in terms of human beings becoming human, like human beings achieving something as human beings.
Well, can I add, so with the whole man is divine concept, I do think that the man is divine idea and man must know man are connected, because let's say someone like King or James Lawson, the importance of them turning to India for me is that it's not just that they witnessed Gandhi, but that they witnessed the Indian people rising to this, basically, this revelation of human capacity that I think that Gandhi helped to unleash as what you would call, Michelle, like a social scientist, in the way that Du Bois was the social scientist, that King was a social scientist. But I think that like, in a lot of ways, even to go back to an earlier part of the conversation, part of the contradiction of global white supremacy is that on the one hand, it enforces divisions between people, and yet it also creates the possibility for new connections to be built, which is a common sense of consciousness of we are fighting the same enemy. Like, I think that is part of even like that's part of like the contradictory nature of it, which is, I don't know, I don't want to spend too much time on that, but like, what I want to say is that in a way, like if we were to connect this to the present moment of the war in Iran, and it's not just that we feel sympathy for, let's say, the children of Minab who were massacred by the American government, but that I think, like, in reality, the world freedom movements of the 20th century created the possibility for a common consciousness to be shared amongst humanity. And so it's like, it's part of what feels like almost the torturing of the consciousness, I think, that we feel, or at least that like I feel, and that I think a lot of us feel, is like, not just that I feel sympathy for those children, but like literally, I am connected to those children. And like that, I think that is a new phenomenon in the history of the world, that like and this is what King was speaking to, when he talked about a single garment of destiny, it's not just the interconnectedness of like the world economic system, but it's the interconnectedness of world consciousness. For the first time, we feel that what is done to the children of Vietnam, for example, is literally being done to our own souls. And I think that is what I think is also what connects to the man is divine concept, because ultimately that is a Christ-like consciousness. Like that is Christ saying, insofar as you've done to these children, you have done to me. And like that I think is like that reaching towards if the idea of man is divine is to have a purpose, it is that we feel the connectedness of humankind in a way that was not necessarily possible before. And I think that is really the great contribution of these freedom movements, is that they were a revelation of this unleashing of the capacity of humankind. And that this then infuses so much energy into even our own tradition of the freedom movement here in the United States.
And you know, part of that reason, I think the people in the 1500s and 1600s, they didn't have pictures of what was going on and bad things going on in China or United States. They didn't have pictures of actual slaves being chained up and black women being raped. Well, getting back to the kids they slaughtered in Iran, we actually seeing this. And so that also adds to our compassion and sense of brotherhood. We're seeing it, and it's heartbreaking. And it just is.
Now, I want to make a special emphasis on what you said about that unleashing of human capacity and consciousness through this process, due to the freedom movements in particular. I mean, yes, it's true, like we were brought under, you could say, a whole system where we were all exploited by, a white master in some way, and that was, a violation of, like, the principles of the divinity of man. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it would come that we would see these people, like, as our own, and that what you have done to that child, you've done it to my child, and you've done it to me. That's a particular achievement of consciousness. And my example would be, like, I guess the claim of all the Jews in Israel who are like, oh, we suffered the Holocaust, we deserve to be protected, and we have, a right to defend ourselves, and that kind of consciousness justifies in their minds what they're able to do to the Palestinian children. That's a very different kind of consciousness. And this I don't completely necessarily want to go into like how that consciousness was formed as right now, as much as I want to like go back to considering how this revolutionary consciousness was formed, in that whether we take what happened in Reconstruction or like in any of these other freedom movements, I once again want to go back to, I guess, teleology, or the means of achieving these achievements, which was, it was not just something was done on behalf of these people that had suffered and should experience some justice, but that it was the darker peoples of the world assuming a new mantle in history for the direction of their city, country, society, and the world as a whole. And this new place that the black worker took, although it was not as much as it should have been, or as long as it should have been, or the Indian worker, that new place that they took to transform the country on behalf of the child, was what made it possible.
Can
I also want to add in some comments, but you can go first.
Just one thing, which is that, like, building on the Iran point, it's like, what motivates especially the Israeli Jewish and the American elite to bomb those children? And actually, Tucker Carlson made an interesting observation where he said, for a lot of the elites that I know in Washington, D.C., they literally see themselves as God. They see themselves in godlike terms. And their ideology is that they think that those children deserve to be killed. But the paradox, the contradiction is that, ironically, in making that statement, one, they behave and act and look more like satanic figures, first of all. But that also, that move to try to annihilate those children and that civilization that those children represent only increases the willingness of the Iranian people, for example, to uplift those children as divine.
Yeah, martyrs.
Through martyrdom.
Yeah, but if you have something to say.
Well, I think part of what I think the experience, like the shared experience of democratic struggle over the last like 100, 200, 300 years. And I think is the difference between rights, whether Israel has a right to exist, the right to property, the right to do whatever, the entitlement to do whatever like individualism can potentially unleash, versus the actual responsibilities of governance and the responsibilities that we have to each other. Like the responsibility to struggle on behalf of the children, I think is one of the greatest distinctions between basically white supremacy, which is individualist, versus the common aspirations of like the world's peoples, where I think Sukarno is very clear that the point of independence is not just material freedom or the ability to like have a state, but it's the responsibilities, the duties of independence, where he says the whole point of this, like, what is the point if not to stop war? Like, what is the point of our independence if still we can have world war, nuclear war, and all of the people can be wiped out? He's like, what will happen to our children and our parents then? And I think I do think that experience, like, that is something that the majority of the world's peoples have gone through, which is that you go from a place where you're exploited, like you have a meager existence, you're sad, you don't have much, but you don't even know the world that you live in. And then I think over time there is this sense of, no, I can take responsibility for my destiny and I can make the world a little bit of a better place. And I don't know everything that I want to know. And yet I know that these people struggle the same as I do. I know that there is something greater and that these are not just like the people of my village or my hometown, but that there is like this world consciousness. And so, yeah, I just think that there is like a new consciousness that I feel like has been achieved through like the struggle for modernity. And ultimately it does even trace back to like the bourgeois democratic revolutions. But I think today our question is, are we fighting just to have the right to do whatever we want? Or are we fighting for the responsibility to actually make this world a better place?
I want to agree with John, that point he made about the churches, black churches, and the white images. Look at that. That's and this is a beautiful church. So you know, but those are all Europeans. And when I was a kid, all of them are depicted. The straight hair, the light skin. They're all Europeans. When I was a kid, I went to many black churches. We kind of hopped around a bit, and those were the images. I can't reinforce how destructive that is to people of color, to their mentality. That right there, that's a big component of white supremacy. Big component.
Emily.
Okay, so I just want to, before we end, I want to include some comments from the chat online, which is Colin Clement says, Beckert reminds me of other court scientists like Steven Pinker and Yuval Harari. Pinker is famous for claiming the world has never been more peaceful, less, quote unquote, less violent. SG says, any left organization which does not have the black proletariat central and part of its struggle is unserious. White working class suddenly finds itself struggling under capitalism, but they seem to not be interested in including others. And then in response to Colin says, both Pinker and Yuval are debunked, but as they say, you as a society deserve the kind of intellectuals you get, which is interesting. Fireplace says, I'm a bit behind the fact that this Beckert character uses language like quote unquote capitalists and their workers makes me automatically reject him and wish he did not exist on this planet. And then from like way earlier, when you were speaking, Doc, the usual commenters had added in, Modi is M. Sparks says, Modi is an appointed coward, capitulating bootlicking little orangutan, not good for India. Bombalai says, Arabs are closer to whiteness. A recent ruling by the soccer powers took away the AFCON victory away from black Senegal to give it to Arab Morocco. And then I think, yeah, M. Sparks is just very upset at India and Modi right now. And then a commenter appreciated the Nuri's clarity on Sven Beckert's essential hypothesis. I think this is in response to John and Doc, what you guys had said earlier. Bomblay says, true, they are using AI to maximize profits. The ghettos are in the process. Machines will replace everything as long as there's access to energy, oil, gas, precious metals. Capitalism is a self-feeding machine. And yeah, those are the comments for today.
Okay, well, I think we should probably wrap up now since it's 2 p.m. and we've been talking for 4.5 hours. But I think just to summarize, and then I just want to flag some points that we didn't actually get to cover, but I think that we will continue in our Saturday discussions and just in our work as the Free School. I think that it's important to continue investigating the state. And I'm thinking about Nandita when she says the Indian state was all that the people had. They didn't have power over corporations.
Yeah.
And I think similarly, the black proletariat, they briefly had control over the state, but then after the defeat of Reconstruction, what power did they have? And Du Bois says, because they tried to establish the public schools, the private colleges, and the churches, those are the institutions that are preserved basically through the period of counter-revolution. And I think that that's really important even in our study today of sociology of Black institutions and of religious life, where I think that just as there was a counter-revolution against Reconstruction and a dark period, there was also counter-revolution against the Black freedom movement and the world anti-colonial struggles. We didn't have the time to talk about that period as much in depth, whether you call it neocolonialism, neoliberalism, deindustrialization, but that's also something that we in Free School are really trying to investigate. Yeah, like this period of counter-revolution, what the state ultimately becomes, how it attacks democracy, and yet how the people's institutions still struggle for democracy and still have something of resilience. And I think that gets into this broader question about the philosophy and the logic of social change, where I think today with Beckert, we talked about the structures of the economics, how those structures emerge, which is very important and I think worthwhile. But when we talk about the potential structuring or development of new philosophies, new ideas, it really struck me that that is a very underdeveloped area of knowledge. Like we actually don't know very much. Like even if you think of what academics study, like they study out the sociology or the structures, like the French sociologists, like what are the systems that structure human life? Whereas philosophy and logic I think is very difficult. And in some ways, the strongest connections that we have to that philosophy and that logic of social change is through religion. It's through religion and philosophy. And that's Gandhi, that's King, and I think that that's really significant because it does, I think it relates also to Black gods, where is there something in the philosophy and the logic of social change that is linked to institutions of the people? And does that drive social change? And so partially, I think that as part of the 250th, we want to take knowledge seriously, and we also want to take the question of like, what is the revolutionary tradition that we inherit? What are the progressive elements of the democratic struggle? What have we actually achieved? And then also like, where do we still have to go? And so I think that overall, like our sociology study of Black gods and religion, our study of the science of social change, and also our study of the state and of counter-revolution will continue to be really important to continue and not just leave today. Yeah.
I want to say I so appreciate this class, and also I'm so glad it's on video. I caught last week the video. It was quite something else. So is this also going to be on the internet? Okay, good. I'll probably look at it again.
Can I say something? I'll be really, really quick. There is this part where Beckert says that, and this is to Nuri's point about the anti-colonial state. There's a part in this book where Beckert says that anti-colonialism produced new forms of internal colonialism in the states. And I read that and I would have to like just very vehemently disagree with that. And this brings us back to that question of teleology, because what Beckert tries to see is the end of what the anti-colonial movement produced, but why and how he rejects, or he doesn't see it entirely. And this entire time I was thinking about Nehru and how in the first decade of the anti-colonial, Indian anti-colonial project, he focused on land reform. Or the end, because India was impoverished after the British colonialism, and there was a lot of power in the hands of the capitalists who were like the zamindars who were in charge of the land, and the laws were actually on the side of the zamindars, of the landowners, and he had to work for the first like 15-20 years to just get those laws repealed, make amendments to the constitution, and limit the power of the judiciary and bring more power to the executive. So I think that Beckert misses this important point of what the anti-colonial state stood for. It stood for the people, and if you do not see what it stood for, you make such claims as oh, anti-colonialism produced new forms of internal colonialism, and that led to, further transformation of the countryside, the industrialization, and fossil fuel usage and social transformation. But all of that was for something, and not the development of capitalism as a system.
Maybe, yeah, we can end.